a Diamond Slanger. I'm coming to you live here from in our studios in Congo Town. For all those of you watching us online, I'd love to say welcome to you, irrespective of whichever platform you're using to follow us. And for those of you listening to us all across Liberia, I'd love to say a warm welcome to you. This night is 7 minutes after 8 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is the 17th day of September 2025. A lot of things happening in the country. And prior to coming on air, I saw this video, kind courtesy, DN News, from Grand Bassa County, where I saw scores of residents fetching, scooping, dipping fuel oil. We call it fuel oil in Liberia. Fuel, diesel, dipping it. So, the crude oil we found, later the fuel, and everybody's going there to scoop. I saw kids between the ages of 5 up to 13, 14, scooping. The other begin proudly saying he has gotten 5 gallons since today, And it brought back memories of what happened in Torota. And it raised a lot of questions as to how do we respond to these things when they do happen. We understand things are hard, things are tough. The other argument would be, oh, things hard when we see fuel, we're not take it and go sell it. But what about your life? One single spark. This excuse of, oh, things hard, we have to go get it, we have to go fetch it, we have to go take it. But there's an incident that is still fresh on our minds. What happened? That tragedy in Totota. And as of the night hours, I still watch the video. There was little to no intervention to stop that from happening. Later, it was established that a fuel tanker in the yard belonging to a Latter-day Saints missionary was leaking. Now, the leakage caused the fuel to spill. And so people started scooping, thinking that God sent their September and God sent them money. We still haven't learned, and this is scary. No matter what you say, whether hustle hard, people gotta live, and all that kind of stuff, these things we need to take control. Law enforcement, need to take control. You cordon the area off. See how best you can stop the leakage to protect lives. All right. And Mr. Cummings today decided to come outside. Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings of the ANC decided to come outside. That in fact was going to showcase himself in West Point. And today he was with West Pointers, specifically those who are addicts, those who take drugs, those who are users of drugs in West Point. He made a statement and he said, well, there are two approaches to this whole drug scourge that we have in our country. That these communities that used to be immune. So how about it? The men about their own brother around the street, the men in West Point, in the residential areas in and around Monrovia, suburban Monrovia, we were spared. But right now, take a look outside your window. Just look all around. The communities have been infiltrated. As much as the LDA is carrying out raids and breaking these hideouts and these areas that people converge and take illicit substances, they spill into our communities. And the statistics of drugs use, especially illicit drug use in our country, is scary. That 1 out of 10 youth in Liberia is experimenting with drugs. And you look in your communities and you see kids and even your age mates that you grew up with, they look far less than what they used to be. So Mr. Cummings said, look, the government needs to be serious. And the government needs to go after those he termed as the big fishes, those that are bringing in the drugs in the country. The government should empower the LDEA, Border Patrol, Customs, and the rest by providing them with the requisite tools, equipment, motivational packages like salaries and the rest, better housing facilities, to be able to fight this drug pandemic in the country. If it is a national emergency, according to the ANC political leader, then the government should treat it as such. And there should always not be the excuse that, oh, there's no money to fight drug, but there's money to buy a car, according to Mr. Cummings. Oh, there's no money, to open rehab and do the rest, and do reintegration programs and skill training and all these things and empower people. But there's money for fancy and expensive travels, according to Mr. Cummings. Then he also said that apart from government's own intervention, as ordinary citizens, civil society organizations, NGOs, and the rest should look into empowerment, rehabilitation, reintegration, and the rest. So he made this statement in West Point when he interacted with what in Liberia we call disadvantaged youth. The others have said it's all about visibility. Well, that's left how you want to interpret it. A lot of other things happening in the country, but we'll now pause here to open the phone lines for you to tell us what's on your minds as Liberians listening to us all around the country and all around the world. The phone numbers to call 0777-771075, 0555-101075. The Liberia National Police has released preliminary findings in the investigation involving the Deputy Minister for Youth Development at the Ministry of Youth and Sports on allegations of rape. But it has now brought about a very serious debate. There are those who have said, now look, we didn't know that when you are accused, you will be kept in your home or you'll be somewhere comfortable and there will be DNA tests being conducted, which is standard practice, because before you level an accusation against someone, as law enforcement, you must have evidence to back your accusations. But there are those who have said that, look, is it that justice get about now, or the criminal justice system can see with one eye that there is preferential treatment for others? That if John, who is a nobody, is accused of raping someone, he will be snatched, nabbed, grabbed, and shoved in jail until investigation is done. Why is the deputy minister, according to others, receiving preferential treatment? If this is the standard procedure involving all rape allegations and accusations across the country, why is it we have a lot of ordinary Liberians languishing behind bars while their cases haven't even met DNA standard? According to the police IG, clothes of the alleged victim were retrieved. They will be tested for DNA. Preliminary tests have revealed that the alleged victim was tampered with sexually, and they want to do DNA to ascertain whether or not the DNA that will be discovered, or foreign DNA that will be discovered on the clothing of the alleged victim, will match that of the Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports. So they are going to subpoena, which is the right procedure. Is either you ask the person voluntarily to give out DNA sample through a swab of the mouth, or any other way you get the sample, or you can go through the court process and get a warrant to have the person submit a DNA sample. That is the best standard all around the world. Or the other way, and law enforcement officers and investigators will tell you, is when the person discards their DNA in public. So if you cannot get a person to provide you DNA sample willingly, or even if you run into the court process and the court cannot still grant you, the warrant to get a DNA sample from somebody, another smart way to get it is when the person discards. For example, they are drinking juice with straw, and then they drop the straw in the public. or they put it in a dead bucket, or they were drinking wine from a glass and they put a wine glass down somewhere that is public. Now in the person's house, that you go in the person's house and go take no, because to even enter that person's house, you need a search warrant to enter that person's house and take whatever it is. So if the person drops it in public, you can pick it up as an investigator and is public trash or whatever. It doesn't have any right, whatever. You can pick that up and you go and test for DNA sample. So those who are law enforcers, they know that is another way to get DNA from someone who's unwilling. When they discard any material that they use in public, you can pick it up. Trash, not get uno. Yeah, you can pick it up and you use it. Well, but the debate is not about how to get DNA sample from somebody who's unwilling. But the issue is, others have said, if that is the standard procedure, then it should cut across everybody. Now, if Paul, who's a nobody, is accused of rape or sexual assault, and the IG has come up to say that we need solid evidence because we don't want to give evidence to prosecutors that is not substantial, and they go to court and they lose the case, because in Liberia, we have got this perception that once you are accused of rape or assault, you are automatically guilty. So now that the IG has said this is the SOP, then the question that lingers is, why is it others were not given similar opportunities? Unless the person had confessed to the act or the person was caught in the act, that's a different case. But if you are accused of, should you just be thrown behind bars? Or you should be said to, oh, relax, sit at home. Yeah, we collecting enough evidence, and once we have tangibles and substantial enough evidence to charge you, we'll come and get you, as is in the case of the Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports. But without further ado, put in your calls 0777-771075, 0555-101075. Let's hear you out. What is on your mind? Tell us what's on your mind, and we'll do this until 5:30. And Mr. Stanner and Alexander Waterspoon and the rest of the panelists will definitely join us on the program. And Spoon Talk continues. 0777-771075, 0555-101075. Those are the numbers to call, and we will definitely take your calls, and you can tell us what's on your mind. 0777-771075, 0555-101075. All right, those are the numbers to call, and we'll definitely take your calls. But a lot of things happening in the country, a lot of issues to be discussed on the program tonight. Let me say hi to Henry Quio. Henry Quio is watching us live, and David Boker is also following us live from Newark, New Jersey. Sylvester Martin is following us from Minnesota via YouTube, as well as Oscar Ziongben. Oscar is watching us from Gompa City, Nimba County. How are you doing, Oscar? Marcus Zibio is watching us from the Gulf of America. Church boy Hassan Belity, it says, I'm following from Painesville. Vanning Kroma is watching us from, says, I'm watching from my place. Okay, cool. How's your place? Sarah Tule, how are you doing? Augustine Gonga is watching us from Painesville. Robert Ngone is watching us from Cotton Tree ABC Mission Community along the RIA Highway. How are you doing? Ramfael Bali is watching us from Philadelphia. Eddie Santiago Solaris Sabor. How are you doing, Eddie, my good friend and brother? Lakpo Bwandwa is watching us. Emilia Williams is watching us from ERWA. Christopher Nangwe Jr. is watching us from Morris's Farm. Phil Amons is watching us from Rhode Island. Manny Kofa is following from a comfort zone. Yata Walker, how are you doing? Nice to know that you're watching. Stephen Wami is watching from Dukaye Town in Nimba County. Levi S. Gay, calling from Lower Miami County. Francis Pedro, Dara Gamen Giflo, hope you're doing great. Philip Bala says God sent the manna from heaven, referring to the few issue. Boomberger is watching us from somewhere in the US, looking up fresh. You know,
no, look at that. Huh?
You feeling cool? I see you with your.
Yeah, it's kind of cool today. Yeah, it's kind of cool today. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I mean it's raining and it's just the weather is about to change. So all depends where in the US you are or where in Newcomtown you are.
I won't call your hair, man. I won't call your hair. You gotta remember, I'm put your hair like bug you get
it. You want to call my hair?
Yeah.
We should do this thing that it should just stop. I mean, I try to cut my hair myself. I ain't get money, so I do my own cutting. Yeah, I do my own cutting. I ain't get no money. That's how it is.
So like you don't want to do your cutting because you look fresh, like you just did your haircut. Like
it's every Friday.
Oh.
Friday or Saturday. Mostly I do it on a Saturday. Get ready, look fresh for church on Sunday. Yeah. But I usually do it myself, so I probably run.
If you do it, anyway, I'll leave it. All right.
I do it myself. Say Gunga Glo is here joining us today. Want to welcome you, man, Dama. Boy, I'm disappointed in Greg though. I heard you talking about the police IG, Gregory Coleman. And Gregory Coleman is kind of like, it's funny for him to just talk and without any substance. What was the purpose of for the press conference today? What was the purpose? To tell something that we didn't know. But then to tell what Gregory Coleman, right? And we're going to play the video. Gregory Coleman sometimes take the Liberia National Police for fun. To me. And that's my friend, but it's very disappointing, man. It's like all the friends he have and all the experienced people that he would bring, fire service people to have a big investigation on the burning of the Capitol building, and they didn't use those report in their final report. It was just a waste of money and bluff. Gregory Coleman having a press conference today about raping a 14-year-old girl. Baby. And what was going on, Patrick Kennedy? What's going on with Gregory Coleman, man? Listen. I just kind of, I know we're talking about it, but I was really coming when you were talking about it because I had you in my ear, right? And I was coming, then you stopped. And look, that Gregory Coleman bribed you or something. He told you to stop. Don't stop. If anyone of you out there have a girl child or boy child young,
you have accusations against me, but I'll let her slide because you and I know that.
What did I do?
You just made a serious accusation against me, but I'll just let it slide.
Because I'm hurt. And this is how I do. When I'm hurt, I express myself. You were speaking about, hey, I was clapping for you. Then you stop.
Yeah, but I already spoken about it. I laid the basis. This is not my show. This is your show.
This is our show. This is the people's show.
And I laid the basis, which is part of the conversation,
No, but don't lay basis. Just continue, Dama. The issue is that you cut short of what you were laying out. And the Liberian people want you.
Jai, help me to. I'm still your trainee. I'm still learning from you.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're my trainee. You're not being bothered. No, you're not.
And let's lay out the conversation.
No, but lay out, Dama. I'm disappointed. No, seriously, right? Let me just take the joke from you. But I'm seriously concerned about Gregory Coleman. I believe if Gregory Coleman continues this, he will be put on sanction. To tell you the truth, the Human Rights Report get Gregory Coleman's name. He played too much. This is not playing thing. This is not yama. This is about. Gregory Coleman comes here to America. He go to Minnesota where he live. He got children. He got babies, daughters that I know. Ask Gregory Coleman. That's some serious issue. The allegation. I'm not saying it's true, but you remember they arrested a young man because they say he raped 10-year-old. He's in jail right now. But then this guy, the allegation, they said, no, we need DNA test. Are you going back to the girl to do a DNA? Are you going back to the baby? I mean, what's going on with Gregory Cummings? Sometimes just don't talk.
So my concern was, and I listened to the IG. My concern was, how long has it been since, it happened? I'm speaking about gathering of evidence, especially biological evidence.
Gregory Cummings, he's playing.
How long has it been? Did the alleged victim, use detergent? Was she treated? As of the time it was reported, whether samples were taken, whether a rape kit was done at that point, to be able to preserve whatever evidence. Then I heard the IG talked about, the clothes that was worn by the victim. Are they going to look for fluid on the clothes? I'm interested.
Or
are just going to look for fingerprint DNA? Because if you're looking for fingerprint,
let me say this to you. The government, let me interrupt you. The government said they have a DNA machine. DNA machine costs around $60,000 to $100,000. All depends.
Yeah.
George Madden, we are town. Peaceful City Tower looking for DNA machine that will kick them out of power. Because every money that came to get a DNA machine, Peaceful couldn't explain. Whether they were eating the money or there was no money, it was one piece of problem. With a minute time, how you call it, with a minute Jala, former health minister. It was all this conversation. We want DNA machine. I'm not going to tell you what we did in the back, to get DNA machine.
But you've already said that you're involved in getting DNA machine.
No, I said I'm not going to tell you what we did in the back, and I leave it like that. But DNA
machine, you were involved in the back. So by even saying that you were involved in the back, meaning
I said, okay, yeah, we were involved. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so you score your 1 point on me too now. I agree. But at the end of the day, we have a DNA machine or not. That is the government own prerogative. What General Minister of Women? She have not said a word. General Minister of Women, give me her picture. Let me show her picture. Put Gregory Cummings picture up. I mean, this is the seriousness of the women and children. They are not the kind of people that you should play with. Who is protecting them? First thing humanity, you put a pair of the things so everybody leave it alone. I'm not accusing Brian Miguel. But Gregory Cummings should come up clean, clear, square. I mean, this is an embarrassment. I mean, if the government is losing on drugs, losing on education, and you are losing on the fight against rape, they are sodomizing the boys in the country, young boys there. I mean, I can't get Gregory Cummings go sit or have a press conference and you sit there and you think this is a joke. Gregory think this is a joke. This is not a joke. Somebody got to get into Gregory's mind and say this is not a joke. And that's why, and we will discuss it today. We will. The Liberian people need to understand that you got to fight this with everything in your power. 14-year-old, 8th grade. You got predators there. Room in the street of Liberia. Directors, minister, you go ask them, my man, I don't mess with anybody below 20. What that tell you? That the person is sick in the mind. The other person says, my man, I got to look at your ID card. You got to be 18-year-old first. Can you imagine people like this in government? But they got their wives and they got the children outside of the country. They are praying for them every day that they be okay. And the police IG coming to take this as a joke. Gregory Cummings should be ashamed of himself, man. And somebody give me a picture. Let me put his picture out there. He should be ashamed of himself. Wait. Is Gregory married? Is he married? Is Gregory Cummings married? No, I mean, I asked a fair question. Is he married? I mean, how many girls, children does he have? Somebody got to tell you. I mean, that's an embarrassment, man. Every day, man, every day, they gotta just, it's a, how are we going to talk something good about the government today and tomorrow? We just go room. So I want to say to all of you, man, somebody go wake Gregory Cummings out. This is an embarrassment. The government got to do better. Joseph Barker appointed women. And that her name, right? For general ministry, you know her.
Birmingham Horace.
Birmingham Horace?
Yeah.
Look at Gregory Cummings.
The last name is
discussing the issue about the rape allegation on Brian McGill. Can you give me the general minister photo demo, please? Has she spoken on this issue? Has she spoken on it, or just in text message and press statement? This is time for her to appear in front of the camera and speak. I mean, something seriously wrong with these guys. These guys, they call themselves father. They got babies, girls, children growing on. They pray to God that God can protect them, but they are not protecting other people's children. They are not. The Liberian people need to understand that this is an embarrassment. It is. Of course, it is an embarrassment. When you have Gregory Coleman taking this as a joke, and we'll discuss it today. We will discuss it today. We will. There will be no reason why we shouldn't discuss it. You know, who is fighting for the people? Oh man, I know the man. That man, you know, I am not saying Brian McGill is guilty. I'm not saying that. But Gregory Coleman is taking this. He thinks it's a joke. Let me ask every one of you out there on this issue. Is this all right? General Minister,
yes, current gender minister.
Baby, anybody out there that hear the woman talking about the rape issue? Just send me the video if you heard her speaking about this rape issue. Anybody heard her speaking about the rape issue? Can you please send me the video, Dama? Maybe a search. Nothing. When in the chat room and put a message, we have heard about the rape, we invented women and children. This is a mother. She has beautiful daughters, well-educated daughters. Why they make you general minister? Why? Can somebody tell me why they make her general minister? Why President Barker asked her to be general minister? Why? They put you there, you're a woman, you will discuss women issue, you will fight for young girls, you will fight for women that cannot fight for themselves. We're gonna keep an eye on her. But they put you there, the only thing that will run behind the money they give it in the different ministry and district and say general ministry money that was given by world partners that you're concerned, but you're not concerned to fight for the women and children.
So see, you, my issue in this is this should apply to everybody. That is my issue. Because if someone is accused of rape, and the standard procedure is that there should be DNA tests or evidence to prove that this person indeed had any sort of interaction forcibly with either a minor or an adult who's of age and they didn't consent, then let this apply to everybody. Because the IG's argument is, if we go and run after a case and there is no substantial evidence, we will lose. And again, it will be a waste of government resources. So my question is, then this should apply to John, who's accused of rape, and there was no DNA test that was done. It's only on the word of mouth scenario where your word is as good as mine, and that person is put in jail, and he or she cannot get themselves out of jail because they don't have anybody to speak for them, or they do not have any lawyer of that sort to fight for them. So if that is the case, and we're now looking for substantial and proof to build a case.
So what did he say today? You follow him.
I'm in jail.
Damo, what did he say today? And let's welcome Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you come and with that flow. What did he say today, Damo?
I'm just paraphrasing. We have the video, but what he said was, yes, the minor was tampered with. By whom?
To what degree? By whom? Where? When?
Question, by whom? Who has been accused? And the IG has said that the minor was tampered with, but they need DNA evidence as well as to prove that it was the deputy minister who tampered with the minor. And they need cell phone record, whether they will use the microwave tower to do cell phone triangulating.
Let me tell you something, they will use geospatial. They're going to use geospatial.
And all these things, they will subpoena it. So my issue is, if this is the standard, why are we throwing the Pauls and the Johns in jail just on the word of
because Gregory Coleman is playing
in act.
Gregory Coleman is playing politics, and Gregory Coleman should be ashamed of himself. Gregory Coleman is turning to be a disgrace to the Liberia National Police. He's running the police place with no honor, with no respect, with no dignity. He is there thinking that his pa and his man found to protect only himself and his political ally. This is an embarrassment. This is an embarrassment. And you know what pissed me off? And I will say this, but you know, Damo. When I asked if Gregory Coleman married or how many girlfriends he got and how many children he got, I know the answer. I know the answer. But we want to sit here and you see this guy laughing. He's thinking it's a joke. And that's the painful thing, man. He's laughing and he's thinking within himself that somebody child forever and ever and ever, that 14-year-old is damaged. And I'm saying this to everybody, you, forever and ever, that 14-year-old is damaged. How can we sit here and we just play this kind of game? And Gregory Coleman sitting there and laughing and thinking it's a joke. These guys are destroying the government every single day. And sometimes there's no way. Because you know why? So what if Brian McGill is your friend? The law should be the law. What is good for John should be good for Peter. Then we talk about the gender minister. The gender minister, yeah, you know, she adopted a boy and a girl. That's her children. She adopted them. I don't think she has a child of her own. I don't think so. She adopted 2 kids, beautiful, well-educated. She's doing extremely well for them. She wished them well. Those are not her own biological children, but she wished them well. But let's just understand for the goodness sake, she have not spoken. Amen. I will talk about Gregory because I got a lot of stuff I will put out on Gregory today. But this general minister have not spoken. So to all of you out there, my fellow Liberian, what do you think? Why is she quiet? So let's hear you. And then Diamond, we just, went ahead because, this thing can piss me off whenever I come on the show after eating my homemade Chinese food, Diamond. I'm sorry. I just have to add that there, Diamond. You asked me why I'm looking so fresh. I did my own homemade Chinese food. I prepared nicely, and I can give you the simple
fish.
Huh?
How many times the man
I took that fish back, man. I took it back. The man will call it the bony. I took it back to him. So what I did, I went ahead and prepared my homemade Chinese food. Take 3 eggs, put it in the frying pan, put the bell pepper, the onions, and the diced onion. Put the rice and put a tinapple cup. You open the tinapple cup, you just waste it inside, and you just stir it, do swing, and you let it steam, and you pass on that the crust that is best one. You put it yama inside, it's good. I'm done with that thing. It's done forever. So I'm charged. I'm in Zigo. And I'm saying to you, you have to go back. If you don't know how to cook, I know Emmanuel, you don't know how to cook because your mother spoiled you, and she didn't teach you how to cook. So, you just have to depend on the madam. But we know how to do this thing. I want to welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. We're happy to have you. We'll be discussing a lot today. We want to hear from you. Ryder, how you doing, Emmy? I'm afraid of Emmy, though. They're working for it. Ambassador Pee-wee, I think that's the name. Pee-wee Kennedy is Ambassador Pee-wee Kennedy. That's so dumb. You guys use the ambassador abbreviation. Why? You got it to your name, too. You're ambassador for what?
Definitely discussing the issue.
No, we're done. I better bring in Emmanuel.
Mr. George would have had to say. And
no, I better bring him in, but I just wanted to tell me why you put ambassador in for your name for.
I plead the 5th.
Oh, okay. So you plead the 5th, you take it down.
I'm not taking it out. I plead
yeah, you got ambassador in for your name. I'm trying to figure out what you do with ambassador name. But you plead the 5th, you take it down.
You are investigating. You can find fire truck and then wait in you get part of Erosi and
Yeah, man, fire truck. But not a country buy. Even how you do, man?
I'm doing fine, Standard.
Go investigate that one. You get people that will say.
Good evening to you, Diamond. Good to see you.
Guys, but even I heard that Moneyball going to beat you massively if you put your foot in that convention. I'm not going there. I'm just asking your question. Are you rethinking? Will you just let Moneyball run on white ballot?
At the moment, Stanton, I'm
you
focused.
You play the fifth?
At the moment, I'm focused on making sure we have a very successful elections. And once my team and I agree that we'll be in a race, I will definitely tell you. You will be the first to know. I will text you that this is the decision we have made. But at the moment, my entire focus is to get members of ANC Global to come en masse to the convention in Atlanta, Georgia, and all those who support Mr. Cummings and the ANC. Whether you have been with Cummings for Liberia, Friends of Cummings, ANC USA, ANC Mayweather, CPP USA, and ANC Global. My focus now is to move all those groups to the convention in Atlanta. But I wish Mr. Kishen the best. He has been a great supporter of the ANC over the years, and that he have decided to come to leadership. I wish him the best in the elections, whosoever you have to run against.
Whosoever will. Let them go. Dama, you hear that?
Yeah.
The man is a seasoned politician, though, Dama. Dama. They're saying that CEO, don't be afraid of me. Emmy, I'm afraid of you, sister. You can never change that. Free say I will be afraid of you, Emmy. Whenever Emmy see me, she go jumping on me like crazy. She's a very, very nice person. I want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we're just going to do our own Tabata talk, 9 p.m. Liberian time, which will be 5 p.m. Eastern time, USA. We get into the topic. We got a lot of conversation. Again, the government is giving another full all black to who? We'll let you know. Full all black. They are giving to this individual. You understand they have already given full to Total Energy. We'll discuss it further. We want to talk about the allegation on Brian McGill, the Deputy Minister for Youth and Sport. Brian McGill is accused of raping a 14-year-old girl, baby. We talk. She's in 8th grade, by the way. The press conference from Gregory Coleman, the police IG, is disturbing. And we want to say that whether Gregory is protecting his friends, we want to discuss it tonight. We also saw Mr. Cummings in West Point. I mean, what was he doing in West Point? Mr. Cummings is again starting prior engagement, a little here, little there. We're going to discuss about it. But most of all, the corruption allegation on the Fire Service Department of the Republic of Liberia, giving 3 of the fire trucks to Asala Mita under a lease agreement. They loaned 2 Asala Mita for $20,000 each illegally. We have the document we share with you. They took 3 of the fire truck, the brand new fire truck Joseph Braga brought to the country. They took 3 of those fire trucks and gave it to Asala Mita under the cover of darkness. They created a company, and Asala Mita will be paying them $20,000 each. Now, 20 times 3 will be $60,000 for the next 3 months. I was able to speak to some of the guys involved. Some of them have denied, and some of them said they didn't know that those transactions went on. And we were able to forward these documents to the government, also to have opened an investigation, and we'll be discussing that this is a pure embarrassment. This is a pure shame for those involved at the Liberian Fire Service. Seriously speaking, when your house is burning down, they don't have fire truck because they have given the fire truck to Asala Mita. Right now, as we speak, the truck in Nimba, but us were today have asked that they bring the fire truck back home to Monrovia. They were caught red-handed. These are big allegations that corruption can never finish in this government. Again, we want to welcome you to the Spoon Talk. We'll do our best to unearth certain information that you need to know, but it's troubling. It's totally troubling. When will we drop the rate on corruption? When? When will we come down? When will somebody stand and say, my ministry is the best ministry? When? Everywhere you go in the country, every ministry, they don't deal with that. They just getting involved in massive corruption. We got a great show for you today. Share the show. And again, like I said, If you don't see me, you see Diamond. That's the same. If you don't see Diamond, you see me. Spoon Network, and the guys will continue with a great show. We will come here every day together. We will do our best to give you nothing but the best. We want to say thank you very much. Continue to share the show. All of you, invite somebody. Go on Facebook right now, on social media, on the Instagram, on WhatsApp, and share the show. Let's have a great conversation. Diamond, I want us to go straight to Mr. Cummings. Let's play Mr. Cummings' video so we in our Tabata, not Tabata time, but our prelude to the show. Let's play Mr. Cummings' video.
All right. This is when he entered the township, being greeted by residents of West Point. The township of West Point, and she's happy to see him to attend a program organized by the Youth Congress of the ANC for disadvantaged youth. And you can see the kids are waving to him, adults alike, and you can hear them welcoming him, saying, Alexander Cummings, welcome back. And he himself is waving at them, giving her a face bump as well. Yeah. And the people waving.
Play it one more time. I missed something. Somebody was screaming. Somebody was, right? I heard a lady. I want to understand. I missed that part. I was trying to take the tears from my eyes because they're making me to cry. Diamond, can you play it one more time? Seriously, they're making me to cry. I'm trying to take the tears from my eyes. Diamond, play. Hey, Diamond, man. Diamond, when I'm laughing, tears running down my eyes. Seriously. I said
so
it before.
Tears now. You are laughing and tears key, or is emotional?
To me, I will be frank with you though. And all Liberian watching the show, the Liberian people really asking for somebody to help them. I may not be sharing tears now, but that's the message. The Liberian people are getting hungry for a new leader. The Liberian people are getting tired. Almost 24 years of what's been going on, and the Liberian people just want that change. So in my mind, it's very sorrowful because nothing is happening. But the Liberian people, you will see them on the street. Now, I have my own say on this video. I watched it today. I probably say my own openly or I say it quietly. But you know me, I love to say it openly, right? I think what Mr. Cummings should be doing and what he should do, his engagement, I can say it. But what I'm saying here, it hit me seriously that the Liberian people asking for the leader. Not so soon, but can they make that case? So Dama, let's play it one more time. Let's play it.
The township of West Point, and she's happy to see him to attend a program organized by the Youth Congress of the ANC for disadvantaged youth. And you can see the kids are waving to him, adults alike, and you can hear them welcoming him, saying, Alexander Cummings, welcome back. And he himself is waving at them.
So I'm going to pause that one. You were speaking, you went there, you missed your school schedule this week. Today, as a matter of fact, maybe you're trying to miss that exam that was so hard for you, so you decided to go and cover Mr. Cummings. Thank you. What's your observation? Talk to me. It's been a long time since you covered Mr. Cummings, if you ever did. But what did you see out there?
So first off, I'll pull a mame on you. I'm an award-winning student. Not just
there you go.
I won an award in Ghana, beat Ghanaian kids in an education contest.
So that is a small question now.
I just want to let you know that I can't run away from exam.
Okay.
Yeah, I beat a award there. Yeah, 3 subjects. So let me go to the issue.
So the exam you're scheduled to take today, will you take it tomorrow?
Now I'll be giving an assignment because I spoke with my teacher prior that I had. You give ample time and reason why you cannot be there. You put it in the communication, and they will give you.
Why you ran away last night?
Yeah. So let me let me go to your question. Yeah. So
what's your teacher name? What's your teacher name?
I'm not going to tell you my teacher name. I'm drinking the same water you get drink. So I learned I'll tell you my teacher name.
Okay, Dama, but let's get back to Mr. Cummings. What did you observe?
Yeah. So what I observe is Mr. Cummings is moving to be visible. Liberian politicians now are learning that last minute to time jumping and wanting to get an intervention is not going to work, because the people will vote for those they are familiar with. And secondly, they will vote for tangibles and things that affects them. There will still be a chunk of the population that will vote for incentives, whether big or rare or small $20 or whatever it is. But you can see that the voting population in Liberia is evolving and is learning that we vote for tangibles, we vote for those we are familiar with, and those names come by seeing and being in touch with them. You must be a relatable person. And that has plagued ANC throughout, that the party has been seen as an elitist party. So they don't go in the trenches, they don't mingle, and that propaganda has played on them. So today, Mr. Cummings, was in West Point. I didn't see any infusion of a crowd because I was there hours before his arrival to notice what's happening. People were greeting him naturally. For some, it was a first sight. You heard the lady screaming in excitement. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's left with the ANC and their strategists as to how they can continue to make him visible. That was something he was doing during the 2023 electionary period, going for jogs and all these things. And all of a sudden, he stopped. Now you see other parties are big on visibility. And if you don't win that war, you don't win an election. So what I saw today was he's trying to walk that path of being visible, and they should give him more engagements. What I want to see is that he should be accompanied by hierarchy, top brass of the ANC. They shouldn't let him go in solo as he did. They should flank him.
No, that's what you right there. We'll talk to your own opinion about the how you call it, what are you gonna advise on? Because it's a give and take, right? I just want you have said it, and now we're going to talk about the downsides to that engagement today and what can Mr. Cummings do. Guys, we're going to go straight into the program, right? We got a lot to cover, so it's good to have Emmanuel George here, the global chair for ANC Diaspora, and our brother Jay Jefferson Chesson is here. We want to see the rest of the guys will be joining us, and we're going to stick with this story to talk about Mr. Cummings. Emmanuel, I'm going to keep you for last because that's your count. Jefferson, we'll play the video again. I want to hear from you. Musa Benedict started this thing. He's engaging on a larger scale. Mr. Cummings wanted to talk to the Zokos. I heard that he gave some stuff out to them, and this is the first, in a very long time, I believe. Let's hear you. Let's play the video, then we'll hear you, Jefferson. Damo, can you play it again?
Okay, I can. The township of West Point, and she's happy to see him to attend a program organized by the Youth Congress of the ANC for disadvantaged youth. And you can see the kids are waving to him, adults alike, and you can hear them welcoming him, saying, "Alexander Cummings, welcome back," and he himself is waving at them, giving her a fist bump as well. Yeah. And the people waving.
Jefferson, what was your observation, Mr. Cummings, on the street today in West Point?
That's good. Senator and my dear brother from the ANC, how are you?
I'm doing great, yes, sir.
Senator, I will tell you, right? I'll follow Liberia's body politics for years. Cummings can be a force to reckon with. In fact, I would have said to myself in my mind, even if the Liberian people did not want the glorious George Weah we presented, the least they should have taken was a Bwaka. Cummings was a perfect opportunity for Liberia. And what Cummings is doing now, in my mind, I think he's properly positioning himself to be a more formidable force in 2029. The only sticky issue I got with Cummings is that he needs to always try to give his followers direction. Leadership is about decisive decision. You can be decisive in what you want. You either want it or you there's no middle ground in politics. If you notice in the second round, Cummings will mute on who to support. I think that did not play into his favor. And this is something he needs to work on. But other than that, I think for the presidency, Cummings is a good option. I think he will be a far better president than Joseph Bwaka. And the way he's moving now, I think he could possibly be the tail wave. But yes, let's not underestimate Cummings. Cummings is a good guy. His ideas are good.
Have you spoken to Cummings? Have you met him?
Oh, I've met Cummings one-on-one. I've met his team. We've talked. He's
most recently, not the 2023. Most recently.
No, most recently, no.
Okay.
I mean, he asked me to support him on some time.
That was prior to 2023, correct?
Exactly. I told him, I said, look, I'm clear I'm an unrepentant sedition. And there's nowhere else.
Thank you. Let me hold you there.
I don't have any option, but Cummings is better than Bwaka. Cummings will be a far better president than what Bwaka is doing.
Chelsea, I know this is not, there's something about this though, and it's not your fault, I don't blame you, but sedition always take the same medication?
I don't know what you call medication, and there's the bigotry we need to,
if you tell her to stop, they can't stop, Dama. They're still going to push. Is that something that talking medicine again, you're just being say, okay, it's enough?
No, I just want to strike that point that Cummings will have been a far better president than Joseph Bwaka. I want to stress that point. That Cummings will have been a far better president.
I want to ask you why we're talking about it. But coming engagement in West Point today, we want to welcome the Honorable Akaris Moses Gray. It's good to see you in darkness, my friend. Let me bring in Emmanuel George. Hold on 1 minute. Let's hear from Akaris Gray. Then we'll come to you. Representative Gray, what was your take? Let's play the video. Have you seen the Cummings video today from West Point?
I saw it today. I saw it. Good evening.
What's your take? What's your take?
Look, Mr. Alexander Cummings is a political partner. For the fact that he's in the opposition, he's not a regime collaborator. He's not a regime apologist. So we welcome that. That's why we want to see a cohesiveness in the opposition. We want to see Cummings, we want to see Belletti, we want to see the rest of the people. Look, we want to give the people a first round victory, defeat. That's what we want to do. 50% state counting, plus one state counting. Like Chancellor won in 1997. 85% counting. Yeah, 1997. So we will collaborate. We welcome Alexander Cummings. We welcome Musa Belletti. They can go through all 11 boroughs of the country. Okay, when President Weah comes, he will join them. You will see that big political collaboration across the country. We're not joking. We want to liberate our people. So bravo to Alexander Cummings. I wish today I had the time and the opportunity. I would have been with him.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, let me repeat. I would have been with him.
Wow.
I would have been.
Let me right there. Let's see. And you know,
Alexander Cummings, Stanton, I told you already. We're clear. We're very
open. Let me right there. Let me just jump on. Don't tell all our
you don't want me again, brother. Yeah, man. I said I didn't die that they bring it to life.
But I want to say to all of you, right, Damon, before I go to email yet, something is happening. Just last week, nobody was talking about Cummings. 2 weeks ago. People were saying, well, is Cummings coming back? We don't know. From that today, Cummings went through West Point. We're having a conversation on Cummings. Are you kidding me, Damon? Damon.
Yeah. So that is the thing. As a political leader, especially in a popular democracy as ours, you must be visible. In the media, we say there is no bad publicity, but in politics, at least bad publicity doesn't get you the votes. So you must be visible. And it's not just about the visibility, it's about tangible visibility as well. We do see the CMC is trying to mimic that to give tangibles, because the people will be asking you, what have you done for us? No matter how much we are a democracy, we're not the America where everything is there and people look for policy makers and those who will push their agenda for them. Liberian voters need tangibles because we are a country that we need all of the help that we can get. So it's not just about parading. Sometimes these impromptu stamps, is good for visibility, but you also need to beef it up with what you can deliver to the people to build some sort of trust that indeed, if they do give you the mantle of authority, you deliver far more than that. We need you to.
Sorry to interrupt you. After Emmanuel, as we welcome Fubi, we'll be going to the phone line and ask the Liberian people. Every day we want to take call live while we talk on a different important topic. Emmanuel, this is your man. Alexander Benedict Cummings, ABC. This is your guy.
Yeah.
What's your observation today? Talk to us.
Well, again, good evening, Dr. Henrich, Akaras, and Jefferson. And the people in Liberia, thank you for joining into the show. I'm excited. I have been following Mr. Cummings since 1992. That's how long I have been following him. And what he was doing is things that come natural to him.
1992, welcome or done.
He was working between Ghana and Nigeria at that time.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So he was not into Liberian politics, but he was deep in the Liberian community at a certain level. It depends on which part of the community you were at that time. So I've been following him since that time, and he's doing something that comes naturally to him. Many people forget to realize that Mr. Cummings was born and he grew up in Point 4. And for many of you Liberians who don't know where Point 4 is, if you drive from the Freeport, you pass Lokintown, New Crew Town. The community on the opposite side of the road before you go to Kawa is Point 4. It's a low income community.
Wait, I want to tell what a woman. Tell what Point 4 is doing.
Tell what Point 4 is.
Tell us.
But they don't know what Point 4 is.
No, listen, Iman. Let me help you. Something I just leave it. Tell what Point 4 is. So
going into West Point today was an opportunity for interact. For us to be a government in waiting, we must start to behave in that direction, Stanton, and that's the reason why the ANC and our partners will be closely engaged in the number one crisis we have in Liberia today, which is the Zoco, the drugs crisis we have in our country. In the next couple of months, you will definitely come to realize that we'll be engaged in all those areas that the government seems to be struggling in. We will definitely be engaged in it, and we will be supporting those areas that the government seems to neglect. Whether it is the case of rape that the government seems to neglect this young lady, or the young man who was a whistleblower at the hospital in Sano, who has been arrested and may be put in jail. Those are what we'll be working on in the future. But today, Mr. Cummings was in West Point. He found himself in a natural environment, and interacting with those people was wonderful, and we will continue to do that.
So as a global chair, right, what was your own takeaway? What was the reason Mr. Cummings actually went through West Point? Why? Why did he go through West Point today?
First of all, the program was planned for the Zogos. We planned that program. The youth wing of the party actually was the one that organized that program. Ali used to have been doing a very great job interacting with the various communities. And he was in West Point to interact with the Zogos and see how we as a political party could be very helpful. As I said, that's the direction we'll be going in after we have ended our convention. We will be supporting communities that need to be supported. We will not, you won't only be hearing Mr. Cummings on radio, he's in the community, but you will be seeing visible impact of
So what did you guys do? What did Mr. Cummings do? What did he give back? And who he gave it to? I want to give you the chance to explain. You say you watch it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I did not only watch it. I was part of the. I closely followed the entire planning process, and did have members of Global contribute towards that process. So it was not only watching it, but being a part of the process. In fact, from early this morning, I started receiving a video.
So what did Mr. Cummings do?
So what Mr. Cummings did was, he first of all, from the intro that Diamond showed, he entered West Point, meeting those people. Went over to have a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with the Zogos. We did distribute food for some of them that did not have food, and we did tell them that we have plan in place where we have our top ANC members will be visiting those places very soon, working with rehabilitation centers and other places in those areas to help the Zogos be rehabilitated. So my team right now, we are identifying and looking forward to those who are in that particular area and working towards supporting them with some of our strong ANC members. Personally, I work in the drug treatment center. I manage about 30.
Have you guys identified a rehab center that you would like to engage those folks to? Have you identified any rehab center?
We're strongly working towards that. And I will be visiting Liberia with teams in the next couple of months. But I personally work in a drug treatment center. I work 12 to 15 cases on my deck. So
Mr. Cummings went there. I want to get back to Mr. Cummings. So Mr. Cummings went there and he gave up food and other items, correct?
Yes, the program again was planned by the Youth Congress, and Mr. Cummings accepted to support the youth. So everything was with the support of the Youth Congress. Yes, food were given up. We interacted with them. Mr. Cummings got to learn and understand their situation. And we get back to the drawing board and start our plans to engage with people in all those communities. Yeah.
Thank you. Fubi, your political leader, I believe he still is, Mr. Cummings. He was in West Point today. What say you?
Oh, I didn't. Good evening, everybody. I didn't follow the activity there.
Because you are suspended?
Yeah, I was suspended, so I'm not following anything. I remain suspended until after. So
okay. But Emmanuel, are you the global chair for those folks in the ANC global chair? Are you the global chair? I don't want to make a mistake with your title. Are you a global chair?
Yes, currently I'm the chairman of ANC Global.
Okay, so you're the global chair. Okay. Are you going to ask that they let up Fubi suspension as early as possible? Because it's not till next month.
No, the notice that Fubi is more United Party than ANC.
Jefferson Way. Eman, yeah. Damo, where you going? You got to come back. Eman, are you going to intervene?
Well, I was in the executive committee meeting when that decision was made. I'm very sure Mr. Harris or Dr. Harris received a letter stating the reasons for his suspension and the reasons for his reinstatement. So once Mr. Harris followed what the reasons for his reinstatement and the reasons why that decision was made, yes, he said he has been a strong part of our party. He has managed our ANC funds. I have not met him physically, but I have channeled a lot of funds from my end in Texas through his office. So he's a major part of the ANC. Maybe right now, Mr. Harris may be conflicted. Maybe he's going through a process, but he's still a wonderful part of our team. We supported him when he ran for his election.
So are you going to intervene that you guys gave him early, lift up his suspension early?
Again, intervention have to be, you have to first of all see what Mr. Harris is doing. Once he's following what the party asked him to do, definitely. We need all our strong...
What the party asked him to do?
I think Mr. Harris knows exactly what is written in his letter. Those letters. So
what did the party ask him to do?
Mr. Stanton, those letters are personal information between the party.
You cut yourself. I'm going to make you cut yourself.
Until Mr. Harris decide to make it open, I don't think I'm in a position to bring something that we have brotherhood discussion on. This is a brotherhood, there are certain things that you don't bring to the public. You have to deal with it as brothers, and definitely as a brother, Mr.
So we'll leave
Henry.
it like that. Dama, are we closing on the Cummings visit?
Well, you are the one moderating.
Dama, I'm bringing you in the shoe for, right? That's why I'm saying stay on the show, because to deal with these great men and women that come in from different political parties, you got to have my kind of skin, right? So if I ask you, I want you to be one of those leader out there that we can count on. So are we closing on the Cummings?
So, we have not talked much about his statement that he made. We are rather focused on his visibility. He entering West Point, how he was met and greeted by the people. But what did he say at that particular event? We haven't.
So bring us up to speed. What did he say? Bring us up to speed.
So the video is here. I can play it, but if you want me to,
no, play the video. Then we will. Yeah, then we can dissect the video.
This is what you have to say.
I'm here because I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, I'm an uncle, and this issue that is facing you affects everybody. It affects all of us in Liberia. And it is an emergency, or a national emergency, and not just because we're talking, but because it affects you and your life. And you know, this drug problem, this problem of hopelessness, this drug problem is like a poison. It's like a weapon of mass destruction. And we have to stop, because it is killing our young people. It is affecting your future. And that's why we care so much about it. Again, as a father, as a grandfather, as an uncle, as a cousin, this thing is a big problem. And the government, although all of us have to help, but the government has to take the lead. Because to stop the drugs from coming to Liberia, it's only the government that can do it. We have to go after the big fish. The big men that bring the drugs in the country, right? That's the us. And only the government can go after the big fish. Put them in jail, seize their property, so they can stop poisoning us. They can stop poisoning you. But then on the other side, this is where everybody can help. But the government has also to take the lead, but we all can help. This is about making sure we are providing the means to help you stop the drugs. It's about trying to find jobs for you. It's about giving you skills, right? So you can feed yourself, you can feed your family, and you can get out of this drug business.
I hope we can close on this part of the statement. Damo, you took it away. You were present, you went through the program. Was that powerful? Was that good enough?
Well, to make if you want to look at it from the political angle, that was more political, because he struck at the government more. He didn't say, unlike Mr. Georgia, what the ANC intends to do in helping the government and the people of Liberia, because this drug issue affects all of us in Liberia, as to how they, as an opposition party that is a government in waiting, is going to help to solve the issue. So he firstly laid it at the government's feet that the government needs to go after those who in turn as the big fishes that are bringing in the drugs and profiting from drugs still. But he then talked about the restoring hope aspect. And those guys were waiting to hear what the ANC and its leader, Mr. Cummings, has got to give them, has got to offer them, what news in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of reintegration, empowerment, he had got to tell them. But it was more of, we all can work together and restore hope and all of those things. So it was more of a vague kind of statement rather than stating what the ANC would have done. And I just want to close on this, CEO. I watched Mr. Cummings very keenly. as everybody else, once I'm covering you, I look for what you're doing and what you're not doing. So he was offered an umbrella. And he said, no, I can't take it. It will be political suicide. Because he remembered when he was being carried in a hammock that time, right? Remember that picture that he was beat on? He said, no, I don't want umbrella because it will be political suicide. So it's more about being visible, relatable, but it's about tangibles and providing what the people want that will sway them your way as well. That's what I just wanted to add.
Real quick. No, Iman, came out here. We are not ANC member. I beg you, sir. Did they get the message though? Damo, you think they got them, the folks that Mr. Cummings went out there to talk to? Do you think you were present? Do you think those folks, they got a message, they went home with something?
No. They even started selling the toothbrushes and the soap right there.
Wow.
Right there. They started selling the toothbrushes and the soap.
Okay. So I can't.
Was just the rice.
We'll come back to you. I hope you should have said that after this round. I wanted to keep that for last, but that's fine. I encourage the messaging, right? That went out to sell. Mr. Cummings went out there to sell. So what do you want to say? He ran that before. He ran 2017. He ran 2023. What do you think upon hearing what he said today on that clip?
The messaging was perfect. The first thing I considered was that a strategic move, just to go in, almost unannounced. It speaks volume. To just move in unannounced, and I disagree with Damon. The first thing he did was not to put a blame on the government or ask the government. He said, I'm your brother, I'm your uncle, I'm your grandfather. This just issue affects all of us. What affect you affect all of us. We are here to help, but the greater burden is on the government. So he provided an opportunity to the people. He provided a way out that I'm here to help. But the greatest burden, greater responsibility, those who enforce the law, those who arrest the judge traffickers, etc. That's the responsibility of the government. I cannot do it. But I'm here to help you because this thing will harm us. It will harm you. Once it harm you, it harm us. So that foundation that he laid before bringing in the government legitimately on the basis of the law, that messaging was of perfection, perfectly laid out. And I think that's what we want in the opposition. That's the message we want to see, a concrete message, a message that will diminish the capacity of the ruling establishment that have failed to find jobs, a message that will say to you, we are your hope. They misled you in 2023, and they said no child will be selling in the street, but you are in the streets. That's the message. Whether implied or whether stated, the message was highly welcome, highly accepted, and it diminishes the government capacity to fight jobs or to rehabilitate and give hope to the people. No government official have been in these slums community to say we are here to help you and will bring hope to you. But an opposition politician went into the rare slums, went into the rare ghettos. It shows more concern than the government itself that have felt unheard responsibility by the Constitution and by electing a government. That's what it says to me.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Hearing this from CDC Akaris Gray. Wow. Guys, I hope we can give this our best shot. We got a lot to cover up. I just want us to squeeze some time with Mr. Cummings and his visit in West Point today. I'm going to come to you, Dr. Pople. It's always good to see you. When Traverso, thank you for joining us. Let's just bring another independent voice, then we'll go to our brother Jefferson Chesney. Dr. Pople, welcome to the show. Mr. Cummings, visitor West Point, the ghetto area today.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening to all my friends and all those who watch and listen. Keep watching, keep listening, keep engaging. Like the CEO would say, keep sharing this show. Mr. Cummings was in a place that needed to hear the message. West Point, as we know, is one of the largest slums in Monrovia. He was on point, I thought, because obviously the topic is relevant because it is of national interest and concern. It's on point about the problem. He was low on solution.
Okay, I think that's the internet problem. We're going to jump to Jefferson. Jeff, just take it from there, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. You know, I listened to Cummings speaking in West Point, and what ran to my mind is that this guy is a true leader. He squarely identified with the problems, but he squarely placed the problem at the feet of this government. He pointed that this government has failed the Liberian people in every way on the fight of drugs. And I consistently want to believe that Cummings will have effectively handled the drug crisis in our country compared to what Bwaka is doing right now. Cummings knows what should be done in this country. He understands the political play of our country. Bwaka is absent-minded, and he has no clue on how to resolve the drug problem within our country. They weaponize the genuine concern and victimization of the Liberian people to win this election, just to find out that they have no means. They are clueless. They have no point of direction on how to resolve this drug crisis. And it's killing. And I think this government is complicit in the drug trade. And you are aware that the senior ranking official of the DEA accused Joseph Bwaka government of being complicit in drug sale in this country. They lied on the previous government. They said that we were responsible for drugs. But in this government, you see that even Bwaka's children have been accused of selling drugs. They've been accused. Just to tell you that Bwaka is highly complicit in the drug trafficking within our country. The spark and dark drug that has come into this country under Bwaka's regime, it has been alleged that his son is the major trafficker of that particular drug. So Bwaka himself, by extension, is complicit in the drug trade in our country. And this is dangerous for the society. You see how many people dying by day. I think under Cummings, it would not have even been that way. Cummings will squarely address the drug crisis and resolve it, in my mind. So yes, Stanton, the government is complicit by the fact that Bwaka's children have been accused, allegedly, of being involved in the bringing in of this spark and die drug in our country and killing our young people. And Bwaka will have to speak to that squarely. He continues to avoid it. And he has to speak to that because it's crippling the society.
Jefferson, thank you very much. We'll go back to Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, can you finish up? You went off.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. So I was saying that ABC, Mr. Cummings, was on point with the problem, but he was low on solution. Okay, today I watched a raid at Kingrade, and the DEA guys were there. They were all over the place. They were heavily armed like they should, and they were trying to make the bust of the kingpins. Good, but that's one part of the solution. And I think what we need to start to do, especially those who call themselves opposition politicians, should be to offer solutions. The positioning can't just be, when you elect me, then I will tell you what we can do better. That on a whole, Stanton, suggests to us the level of political immaturity in our body politic. You know, said this is wrong, but yes, what could be right. In other words, your ideas can permeate to the governing structure and help solve problems for Liberians. But what we normally see is we critique the situation like we should, but then we don't offer the solution. And when we do that, then we're not helping the country move forward like it should. This government needs a more holistic approach to drug. This stuff is real, and it's damaging the fabric of society, killing our young people, destroying lives. But please offer solution, because it's a three-part thing. It's not just enforcement. It got to be education, prevention, and rehabilitation.
Dr. Boblet, thank you very much. We got to stick with this Cummings and drugs issue. From there, we'll pivot to the new deal that is coming up from the LPRA. They have a new buyer, another full block is on the market. We'll talk about those individuals in that group. We'll come back to the massive corruption that have hit the Liberia Fire Service Department and the allegation and the press conference in relation to the allegation on Brian McGill. We want to welcome each and every one of you. Right now, go on your social media outlet and share the show. Invite somebody. Everybody in studio will pause and just take a second to share on WhatsApp or to share on Facebook. And let's make this happen because the Liberian people need to know. I want to bring in my brother, Fubi Herrings. Fubi, let's close on Mr. Cummings. And before we do this, let me just play the rest of the video just to give you an open clue. This is Mr. Cummings' engagement as per the same visit today.
Check, man. So you're about to check his birthday. Remember, he's been working. So these are nursing students, and political leaders.
Open up small. Yeah, small. So you get
How much more you gotta go? Okay, you'll move ahead.
Oh, okay. Somebody, please, can we move, guys? It's very important for us to understand that, you know, that's Mr. Cummings' blood pressure. Maybe Damo cut that part off, but again, I believe his blood pressure is fine. But so beautifully done. The nursing student, actually, as you saw them, they're ready to go. They're checking the blood pressure, checking the pulse, checking everything. And again, we are so proud of those nursing young men and women. Fubi, let me hear you, Mr. Cummings' engagement today. I want to play this song real quick. Somebody just send it down. Let's play it down. This is the last portion of it, right, Damo?
Yes, sir. This was when the distribution was ongoing.
Okay, so let's play. So who would want to rather believe that Mr. Cummings is not coming back? Let's hear you, Fubi.
So I don't think that's a question or the doubt that people mind because well only the visit is necessary, and like I always said, and so it's a good thing to reach out to the people that you want to lead for them to feel your impact. On the issue of the drugs, the statement, it's fair to say the government is the one that will take the lead. You know, that's fair. Also, we're comparing this government and the CDC fight to drugs. This government is doing better than CDC in the fight against the drug. The issue of going after the big guys, that's fair. We can go after the big guys. You also struck a good point on the issue of giving the guys skills. I think that's the rehabilitation part, and that's what I've been saying all along, that we can do all the ghetto raiding. That would not solve the problem, because the whole ghetto raiding seemed like a money-making scheme to DA. They raid one ghetto today. After 2 days, the guys are back in the community because they go and pay them some $20, $30 to free them. So DA will always want to raid ghettos because you will always have guys to come in, people coming to pay to release the people. And so that for me is now a workable solution. So I've always advocated that, look, build some big rehabilitation centers across the country. As you raid the ghettos, you take the guys straight to the rehab and keep them there for 2 years, and you'll detox them and give them the right training that they need to be useful in the society. After their rehabilitation period, they can now come back to the society and be useful human beings. You know, if you make the environment less attractive for the sale of drugs, people will find different market. You know, you having your paper color, you come in this community and say buy your color, you pass it around, nobody buys from you. You go there 2-3 times, nobody buys from you. You will change the community to go and sell. You know, that's for me. That's the approach. Besides, you know, arresting those that bring the drugs in, put them, you know, carry them through the prosecution process and jail them if they found guilty. That's something that the government needs to focus on and do. But they also have to. I don't see raiding ghettos and these zogos as an effective measure, because that has never solved the problem. And DEA have been using that for a very long time. I think we need to change that approach. But comparing the two governments, the most recent past and the current, the fight against drugs has some significant impact.
I want to leave the comparison. I want to talk about here and now. Then we talk about tomorrow. If we go back to the comparison, we'll get into that fight on the show. And I believe both government on drugs, they have failed equally. I would not rate them to say one have done any better. This government is not doing any better.
Doing better. There are some arrests, there are some prosecution, there are some jail sentences that we see. We didn't see that under the other.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me bring in Russell. Russell, it's good to have you on. You know, we will be jumping into the real Gidiba. Let's talk about Mr. Cummings' engagement today. What's your takeaway, Rob?
Great, and it's great being here. And I'd like to please share the show. I was once said to all of the listeners and viewers out there, welcome. I think Mr. Cummings is now defining himself. You know, I think for a long time people have been defining Mr. Cummings and put him in this box. He's not this, he's not that. So it's now time for Mr. Cummings to define himself, and he's defining himself and showing people that he is relatable. He is connecting with the folks. He has the capacity to do that. I don't know Mr. Cummings very well. I mean, but you know, I know who he is. He knows who I am. He visited us here when we were on the council, and you know, I found him to be highly competent, highly engaging, person. And just the conversation we had with him in our economic development plan here, for example, we discussed with him because he was very curious about it. He met with the mayor and all of that, and he came across as sounding very sound, had a very sound economic policy about job creation and all of that. So I'm not surprised that he's going to some of the sources of the problems that we have in the country and identifying with the folks. It's sad and that he was caricatured and pigeonholed in a way that he was in the last election cycle. So hopefully this time around he can come and define who he truly is, and I guess he's starting to do that. So I'm not surprised. I think if he continue this, it will pay good dividends, for him, identifying with the plight and the concerns of the people interacting with them. I think it's a great start, but I'm not surprised. Just my little conversation I had with him, and the entire council had with him. We engaged him, because he came to us, and we had really nice, broad policy, discussion about economic development and job creation, and he was pretty sound.
Thank you, Mame. Let's welcome you. It's good to have you here, Mame. Ambula, Mame. It's good to have you, Mr. Cummings. Again, day number 2, but he's out there this time around, and a lot of, to me, seriously, a lot of positive review compared to the last time. What say you, Mame?
Yeah, me too. Got a positive review of his activities. This recent one, the last time he showed up immediately after the election, he was flaunting his wealth. He was showing his, I think it was Bugatti or whatever car the name is, I can't remember. Right after the election, it took some time. Nobody heard about Mr. Cummings. Nobody heard from him. Nobody heard of him. And the first thing we saw, the first public show, was to flaunt his wealth. He showed his, I think it was Bugatti or Ferrari, whatever the car name is. He showed that. That was not a good show. I mean, basically he was saying, yeah, I spent my money, I got 1%, but I still got money. Right? I'm still riding my Ferrari or my Bugatti. So that's why he did that. That was not a good show. This one is a good show. I mean, he comes down to the ground. He goes to West Point. I mean, politically it's sensitive. I know West Point and Newtown. He's interacting with the most disadvantaged group, in the country. He's interacting with people who, I mean, they pose the greatest threat to the future of our country. Those young people, I mean, that's the future that's being wiped away. I mean, dying, getting drugs. I mean, they losing their full potential. So to see him wrap around them, interacting with them, I don't think, I mean, to some extent, I will agree with Dr. Brookplay. I know where he comes from. He's a PhD, doctor, teacher. He always thinks about the big problems, the big solutions. Me too, think like that similarly. But I think Mr. Cummings' appearance today was not more of a policy discussion he was having to lay out his policy agenda for the fight against drugs. He was basically doing a community engagement, identifying with people, socializing with people. I did not expect him to speak broadly about the broad policy issues on how he will confront drugs if he became president in the future. So that event, I mean,
at what time should Mr. Cummings start talking about the broad policy issue? I understand what you're saying, though, but we shouldn't think that everything now is roses, right?
Sure.
Mr. Cummings engaged, and then at what time now? Because this government, to me, this government have a lot of opening when you talk about drugs. 4 different leadership from LDA. Still, there's no solution. Major allegations, and they say the people on the run. No major arrests. No, we have not seen the government arresting any drugs cartel. You know, if you talk about the cartel, the people that bring the drugs in the country, not those people that are selling them and using them, the people that are importing the drugs. We have not seen this government. So at what point? And that's why I just said to my brother Fubi, no, we are not doing better. We, because I supported Baka. At what point then can Mr. Cummings lay out these different policies to grab the attention of the Liberian people and say, yes, this is the guy. On the one,
yeah, 30 seconds so I can conclude. 30 seconds so I can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He has several other opportunities. This one was basically an engagement with the communities. It was basically an engagement with the victims, talking to them and inspiring them. Cummings could call a press conference tomorrow and lay out his agenda to address the issue about drugs. This event served the purpose and it served it very, very well. The responsibility to address drugs in the country is the government. We surrender the entire resources of the country to President Baka and say, use it to deal with the drugs issue. It is not opposition responsibility. It is the responsibility of President Bouakai to deliver on the promise of drugs. We turn over all the resources in Liberia to him, human resources, infrastructure, financial, and everything, and say address drugs. It is a responsibility. We'll hold him accountable and not hold the opposition. The opposition can speak and give their suggestion, but it is Bouakai's responsibility, and we'll hold him to that. Regarding whether he arrested people, Stanton, yes. The government arrested one of the biggest drug law. They call him Japan. He was arrested, persecuted, he's in prison. But whether it is sufficient to address the drugs issue, I disagree. I think the government is losing the fight and they need to pay more attention to that.
Ambula Mohammed, thank you very much. And this is why we make Spoon Talk. With Spoon Talk, where we disagree and later agree. We're going to stick with this, and then we'll come back to talk about the new All Black that is out there for sale. My brother, the corner, Ed Remy Gray. Welcome.
Stanton, good day, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Fellow panelists. I guess you were soliciting the view of panelists about Mr. Cummings' outreach today in the community.
Correct.
Particularly
in West Point.
Yeah. The more you do those things, the more you become very pro at doing so. And there's never a dull moment to meet people who are actually the end consumer of you becoming president or leader of the community and so on and so forth. The only thing I would urge him is to stop being extremely professorial. When you sound like Rudolph Brockler in the classroom, the common man may not understand what you're saying. You should find a way to speak out what we call sound bites or jargons that the common man down there understand, because it's for them for which you exist or for whom you exist. And so I will hope, I heard Mr. Russell comes across, but there's a time when you meet the constituents, the individual, the consumers, you speak their language so that they see you like human, and not some machine or robot. And so if I'm asking, if I'm going to be advising, I would say, well, say it this way, don't say it this way, because depending on the audience, you may be saying something that way off, and because some of us have shorter attention span, you easily lose us when you start going to a certain level, and we just leave you to fly out there because we're no longer with you. So if you're going to go meet the Zogo, learn their language, meet them, and avail yourself as human. And hopefully not only the Zogo, like I was talking about marketeers, people who are in their market stalls, those kind of things. Just be human. Forget about being at a certain level. Just bring yourself to their level.
Thank
and
you.
let them understand you that you're human and you're here to solve their problem as well.
Colonel Great, thank you very much. Vendetta, welcome to the show. VP, it's good to see you.
Well, thank you, CEO. It's good to see my dear brothers and sisters. I know plenty is coming, but I'm sure we are talking about these drugs. For me, maybe in the
We are
future,
talking about Mr. Cummings' visit to West Point.
Yes. Mr. Cummings is an opposition political figure, very respected in the country. I don't know his intention because I never spoke to him why he wanted to do that, but I think it was a moral responsibility to engage those who are affected and to effectively communicate his public narrative with reference to this abuse in the minds of those involved, But CEO, I like to put this bluntly. The issue of drugs, if it is now fought by this government, it will be a major, major political campaign that could dismantle and scatter the Unity Party 2029. Because 2023, this was a major. I remember Retro Spoon TV, the big billboard that was there. That was a major campaign message way up in bold letters. You came back and I commended the president to have done his drug test along with the VP. We are almost going 2 years. And this issue of drugs is still becoming a problem to defeat. The government takes full responsibility. On the other hand, I also want to blame the parents, because these drug addicts, they came from the homes. It is a social problem, and we have to say this. Sometimes I say, oh, Patrick, want to blame the people. Oh, why you can't stop the people from drinking? They can sell drugs. Why is it that I'm not smoking drugs? I'm not taking in weed. I'm not doing that. All the children that are going to school, they are okay. But it is important for parents. And
Did you watch the Cummings video, the visit in West Point?
CEO.
Yes,
I say that watching the video does not give me the authority to know exactly as to whether he shared with me his vision or why he want to do that.
And that's why we're giving our opinion from watching the video. Yeah. We'll talk about the drugs issue, but this is about if Mr. Cummings visit have an impact to the people of I just want to know from you. You think?
But I told you, I say house impact. It's about sharing your life story. Some people
okay,
just by
but we don't want
listening to
to. The
you.
reason why I'm asking is not we don't want to know whether you're doing drugs or not. We really don't want to know today.
No,
we don't want to know whether you're doing drugs or not. We just want to know about this thing. We got to move on, my man. Yeah, man.
It is impactful. I told you from the beginning that sharing story, he went there to disabuse the minds of those affected, which is good, and we encourage every prominent Liberian. The fact that you can even tell your stories, and this is something that is lacking in our society. Many young people believe that the way you are successful today just happened overnight. But the last time I saw a photo of you, CEO with Soccer
There you go. You changed the whole conversation again with that.
Hey, no, with Big Bazaar, your struggle story. You could be, and let us take one day on this platform to share our stories, where we came from, and in the midst of difficulties, we did not take drugs. I think that could be a form of civic education, so people will not just get involved.
We know where you came from, people.
That man went to Harvard. He went to Harvard.
You say what?
Yeah, he was in Maryland. He was attending Howard. But we want to bring Emmanuel closer on this one with Mr. Cummings for us to move on.
Thank you very much, CEO. I appreciate this opportunity to close up. There are certain things I want to clarify. First of all, my man should realize that if you go on Mr. Cummings' Facebook page, he never, ever placed a picture of his vehicle on his page. Mr. Cummings was in Atlanta and partisans visited him. They took that picture and they posted on their personal page. But the great thing is that car was bought by Mr. Cummings' personal money as compared to the bulletproof, the over $1 million bulletproof vehicle that the president is riding, flaunting our resources in our face. But let me come to drugs. When Mr. Cummings spoke today that we need to work together, in the stages of change, the very first stage is what we call the pre-contemplation stage. When an addict does not accept that they are struggling with drug addiction, there is nothing any one of us can do about that. We have to work them from the contemplation to the contemplation stage. And that's why Mr. Cummings said today, we need to work together. We need to work with those who are abusing drugs to understand that they have a problem and then help them find the solution. And that's why the ANC will be very proactive in this drug rehabilitation movement from now henceforth. The second thing I want to raise is that with Mr. Cummings being in that environment, it gave him a greater opportunity of understanding what is going on. And please, Vandala, those of us who work in the drug abuse industry, we understand that the problem of drug abuse is not based on the parents. It comes from many, many factors. It can be that someone went to the hospital, they were ill, and they were given a treatment by a medical doctor to cure pain. And in using those pain treatment, it led to them being a drug addict. If you have time, there's a gentleman named Tony Hoffman. Go on YouTube, find his video, and let him share with you how he became a drug addict. It had nothing to do with his parents. It had to do with him going to hospital, getting treatment. So the whole fight against drugs have to be a holistic fight. And that's why the ANC is going to take this as a serious challenge since the government have failed. And we definitely work with the Liberian people in bringing a solution before 2029. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much. It's always good to have, it was always good to have us on this forum to discuss the issue, whether it's Mr. Cummings, Jose Yimabwaka, George Manawea, or whosoever. I'm going to close like this, Dr. Bople. And this is why we are where we are. Seditions going to blame Unity Party. Unity Party going to blame CDC. But you know who they will not blame when you talk about drugs and we're on drugs? Those that have never served as president and those that have never had the time to run the country because those folks were never elected. Both government failed the Liberian people and both government are failing the Liberian folks. The issue of drugs is very important, but you won't find one person to say to Mr. Cummings, you failed us. You promised us rehabilitation. You promised us in arresting those cartels. You promised us closing the borders to drugs, washing the airport, the seaport, and you failed on your promises. Nobody will say that of Mr. Cummings. Nobody can say that of Musa Ability. Nobody can say that to Yuri if he says he's running. No one can say that to Tewan Gonglo if he says he's running. But we can say that to Joseph Yema Bwaka, the Unity Party, and George Manawea, the CDC. What make them better? What new policy they will put in place? What thing they can tell the Liberian people now for us to believe? Under Joseph Yema Bwaka, 3 different set of administration. A.B. Kroma and Fadiga, Christopher Peters, Anthony Swart and his group. And now we have the interim group. What is our reward to sit there and say, yes, with all these 4 different set of group that Joseph Bwaka brought in 2 years, just in 2 years. They are even close to solving the problem. Every day there's new drugs on the market. Every day. Should we go back to George Manawea? He was a failure on drugs. Should the Liberian people now begin to think and say, we got to try somebody else, somebody that can explain to us the innovation in fighting drugs? It's a $1 trillion deal here in America. You know that, Dr. Bopler. Everybody on the set, even Fubi Benya before, maybe I still to be corrected. Everybody know that. It's not a small money to fight when you talk about drugs. How much is in the budget for drugs, for drug money we have to this time? These people are playing with the lives of Liberians. Look at those guys walking beyond Mr. Cummings. We need a leader that will not only say it, but will do it. We need a leader that will come and put the foot down on day one and make sure that drugs is the #1 enemy. Bwaka said it, but you know that for President Bwaka, drugs is the 100-level enemy because it's not #1, it's not #2, it's not #3. I think it's in the 100. He's not even close. Maybe he can spin it, maybe it can happen. But to all of you out there that you have family members dying of drugs, you have family members having issue right now, they're looking for rehab. How many rehab stations do we have in Liberia? How many rehab stations the government have invested in? People talking about preventive medicine. You should learn to prevent. Then you will not waste resources on rehabilitation. We're in your area. Our brother Fadiga and Conagray was doing rehab. They were operating. Let me say this: when Fadiga said I made 20,000, sometimes I believe it. He have his rehab agency. He will be on the phone late at night trying to solve people's problem. People on alcohol abuse and drugs. What are we doing today? You send someone for rehab, the next day they drop. They will go right back to relapse because you know what? There is no follow-up. After the 3 weeks, the 6-week rehab, they go right back because there is no follow-up. Nobody watching them. Nobody care about them. So my fellow Liberian, on the issue of drugs, you got to think twice before you vote. We are in some serious mess. But I beg for us to leave this and for us to make progress. If it please your honor or your many honors on the show, I beg for us to proceed on another conversation. Let me bring in the All Black that actually is coming back on the market. We receive our information. You understand that yesterday we talked about Total Energy receiving 4 All Black. The 4 All Black that Total receiving was 6, 11, 17, and I think 29. I hope I got it right. They announced it. I can announce to you by Friday, Ato Izzy will be receiving 4 All Blacks. If anybody here know Ato Izzy, I can put his picture up. If you know him, that's fine. If not, I can put his picture up. So Ato Izzy, I believe he's from Nigeria. The Liberian government will be giving Ato Izzy 4 All Black. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. He came to ask for 1. And the Liberian government said, one is not too good for you, take 4. Now, yesterday I was happy because it was Total. I was happy. And I expressed that. But then I began to scratch my head. Why are we giving Ato Easy 4? So what was the message from yesterday to today? This is Ato Easy that runs Oranto. Oranto is a company. Oranto company, yes. They will be giving him 4 All Black. I will name you the All Black that will be awarded to him. They have already signed the document, ladies and gentlemen. I guarantee it will be announced on Friday. Before we go further, I can tell you right now, if there's some breaking news for you, this Ato Easy. And somebody will explain his story how he was awarded an All Black. During Madam said every time he flip it, he walked over hundreds, 200 meters or more. This time around, we are not talking about Total Energy. This Igwe or Oga, whatever way you will call him, the Liberian government is giving him 4 All Blacks. And I will name those All Blacks to you. Guys, can we just mute? Somebody is tapping. When you're ready to speak, you can unmute yourself, please. And again, I just want to say to you, I want to start this conversation. This is Ato Easy. He's back. The operation involves some Liberians. I will be calling the names to you. Involves some company. I will be calling the names to you likewise. And you can do your investigation. Wherever you find yourself, let's talk about Oranto. If this deal would be the best, or if the government should give him 4 All Black. No if and no but. They have signed the document. They will put out the release on Friday, or maybe because I'm saying that they will wait 3 more days, but the release must be out on Friday. The amount for each All Black, we will announce it also. Total Energy gave $16 million. This guy, I will tell you how much he will be giving as a signing bonus. So let's go to you first, Akaris Gray, and then we'll bring Imambe, then we'll go to the rest of the team. Now we all can confirm. I can confirm because I'm seeing what I'm seeing. I will not release it. I will just speak of it, but they are giving him 4 All Black. This guy, Ato Easy. Talk to me, Gray.
I moved yesterday because, and I was very hard, and I will remain hard and consistently tough. I said here yesterday that Ato Easy was getting 2 oil blocks on this program yesterday. Now you have elevated it to 4. My information initially said 2. This is the Ato Easy that Liberians vehemently criticize when he took oil blocks in Liberia for 200,000 or little over 200,000 and flip it for over 200 million United States dollars. I guess this is the same Ato Easy who came to Liberia, and when President Boyka was celebrating his son's birthday and having the foundation downtown, I guess that was the Ato Easy that was there or around the place. I also noticed the Ato Easy that there was serious disagreement and agreement in the cycle of President Boyka on proceeding with him. And his son, Jake, and other people were on one hand trying to push this deal through. Jojo Boyka, to be specific. The same way President Seli's son, Mr. Seli, Robert Seli, was involved into the oil business. This is a tacit repeat of history. The only difference is that one of the sons was Owanuka, but this other son is behind the scene and frantically engaging these business tycoons, these business czars and czarinas, people who supported the political campaign of the Unity Party. This is a pure economic reciprocity of our country. And I've had no regret because I've said to know people is to know their characteristics. To know government or those who serve in the government is to understand their characteristics. Today, I believe the narrative may change or people may stutter on their initial position. Because what the government did technically is to say, okay, let's bring these guys that Liberia may not have problem with first, then make the pronouncement. That is Total Energies that was established in 2021, though they had to talk before 2021, but the Energies was established, Total Energies was established in 2021 for my readings. Okay, so that brings them as a PR. People will be happy, they will run around. Then what we'll do will flash. I said maybe in a week or two, they will have announced because this deed is carved in stone. I personally didn't know that 4 oil blocks, but I heard 2 because it was 2 that they requested for. So this is an embarrassment to the country.
Thank
This
you.
is a shame. This is something that have been criticized. Oriental, you know,
Thank
the
you.
history of Oriental in Liberia.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Let's give others the chance. Mama, let's hear you. We are not talking about Total. You and I agree on Total Energy yesterday, and I can say this with all 100% on my back. I think that deal will work well for the Liberian people if they proceed according to what I'm saying. But names coming up that supported the deal with Atta EZ. Water. You know him, Mame. Walter McCarthy. I'm gonna give you all the names. Guys, can we just please mute the room? There's somebody hitting something. Walter McCarthy, I'm gonna give you the names of those people. And this deal, instead of 1, 2, we are talking about 4, Mame. What are your concerns after Easy is back in Liberia, gonna take 4 All Blacks, and those other names that are attached to his negotiation begin to raise red flag? Talk to me.
I will make my comments in 2 parts. One will be a broad information in simple English so our people understand. The other one will be specifically on Oriental. The part of where our country is regarding oil is a stage where we need more company to come and help us to check for the oil. Because there is scene where you do go and diamond business. If you don't dig, if you don't check, you will not find. That's how the oil business looking. You have to check for it. And because the government doesn't have the money and the technical capabilities to go and search for the oil, so we need to bring in companies to help us to check for it. Liberia will benefit more the day we find oil. But before we find that oil, we have to check for it. And to check for it, we need to bring company to help us check for it. The way it works, when those companies come, all the money they spend are free. When they find oil, then we sit down and share. When they not find oil, they pack and they leave. Atta EZ's company Oriental, as of today, Ambula, have no reason to believe has the capacity, financial and technical, to drill oil in Liberia. Oriental, except, and like we said before, because the total own, everybody know. So we are even looking at the agreement, we know what Total can do. In the same thing with Atta EZ, without knowing the agreement, without reading the agreement, but just knowing the history of the company, has no record that make me confident that it meets the qualification to provide what Liberia needs at the moment. What do we need? We need a company that can help us drill oil, drill the wells and find oil. Atta EZ company doesn't have that capabilities to help us drill for oil. To even give them 4 blacks is something that is mind-boggling. Total, having 4 black, has the capacity to drill and help us find oil. Oriental doesn't have that capacity. Until we can see the agreement and see what the evidence is regarding its capacity, I doubt it. I've never seen it before. Nowhere have they drilled successfully to produce oil. And I made the premise from the beginning so our people can know why we're saying this. our country needs company who get the capacity, the track record to help us find oil. If we can't find oil, we'll just be dancing around all day. And the companies that can do it have track record. Ato Easy Company is now one of them.
I just put something in the chat room, and thank you for whoever that sent me that information. Ato Easy is operating within 22 countries, right? To say you have a significant impact on oil drilling here and there. If you want to sell that though, our first all-black discovery that was given to Ato Easy, what did he do with it, Mambe? Can you bring us up to speed real quick? You are muted. You are muted.
Up to speed is he acquired those blacks during Judy Bryant's time. That's when he acquired those blacks. As part of that agreement, he's supposed to have drilled some wells to be able to determine whether we get oil. He did not. So when the United Party government took over, they said, you can't keep holding these blacks. You don't have the capacity to drill. So you have two options. You give it back to us, or you find somebody who has the capacity to drill, because you don't have the capacity. So Judy Bryant administration gave it to him over a period of maybe 4 or 5 years, drilled no well, did no significant study, but held the black. So the United Party government said, you cannot keep holding these blacks. From all indication, you don't have the capacity to drill. So you either turn the black over, or you find a partner who has that capacity to drill. That's how he found another partner and flipped the blacks. And because at the time he was doing it, the price of oil was high, oil companies were exploring more well, so the blacks were more attractive. So he made more money out of that process. And there was no mechanism put in place to ensure that the more money he would get.
Real quick. Did he obtain those black illegally?
I mean, the legislature passed it. Judy Bryant signed it. That was the deal.
So was it done illegally?
Legally, it was legal.
Okay.
As per the process, yes.
The reason I'm asking, guys, and we'll take this around. It was done legally. So
Correct.
It means that Ato Easy, you can blame him, right?
Yeah, he got a black legally, but there were stories behind how he got it.
No, that one that political story. Now we can come to it, but our government gave it to him legally, right?
Correct.
Correct. Let's be on record and fair, yeah.
Yes, I want to be on record.
So Ato Easy is not a wanted man. That he went to Liberia, he took the black illegally, and he flipped it. Am I correct?
He got a black through the legislature. The legislature rectified, the president signed.
Who's the president that signed?
Judy Bryant.
Okay, thank you. Run for Russell. Let's hear you, my brother.
I think it's problematic. You know, it's problematic. We have someone who would acquire these all blocks, and clearly he doesn't have the capacity to explore oil in his oil block, and he wants to flip them and get money. I mean, I do understand that he may have gone through a legal process during an interim government period, but if there's a way, I mean, the government could still fight this and still go after these all blocks and see if they can acquire them and then put it back up, on the open market. Yeah, granted, it may have been a fair process, but I think we can still go through some kind of litigation to see if we can reacquire those all blocks, because on the face of it, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, guess what? It's a duck. If it comes across as sounding phony, let me help you
real quick. We are giving him 4 more all blocks, Russell. So the first one you talk about, it done. You got his money. You're just going to give him another 4.
I would not accept that. I mean, especially based on the track record. I mean, I don't care. Especially if he got the 4 and he flipped it for $250 million.
He got 1. He got 1. He flipped it. Now we're going to give him 4 to go flip again.
Okay, so the one that we give him, he sold it for $250 million, right?
He flipped it.
Okay. No, I won't give him any more. I won't give him any more. I think that's that is problematic, and we really have to get our governance process, intact. And if we're going to be
days, you just said no. Let me bring in Jeff. Jeff, we'll go around the table on this one. After Easy, we're going to award him with 4 additional blocks because he did great on the first one.
Thank you, Stanton.
Laughing. That's it. There's any way you can say this for me. You're going to give him 4 additional blocks.
Thank you, Stanton. And this further corroborates my initial statement that this government was only up to corruption, nothing else. But yes, that 4 block is gone because, like what Honorable Grace said, Jojo Bwaka is the one spearheading that deal. It's concluded already, so we're just making us. But just before we go to that, and let me tell you something. Under the former Unity Party government, where Joseph Bwaka was vice president, we gave our Block 13 to ExxonMobil. We gave our Block 10. We gave up Block 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 6, and 4. And Stanton, all those wells were drilled. There was no oil formed. None of them. So what I want to do, I want to call on the international community, call on the American government, call on every international body that this government is on a scam to scam people, for them to come into the country pretending like get oil to take their bonuses because they're already aware that we don't have commercial value of oil. Why are you scamming these people? Why are you bringing them into the country to take their bonuses and taxes and fees? Just because you want to line up your pockets with money? It's wrong for our government to be involved in an international scam. You know, and I know all these big companies were here, and I will call on the Total Energy, if they have any representative in this country, to not proceed with that deal. The government just came in there. Your 60 million is in breeze. They don't have oil. We don't. We don't have any commercial value. Imagine a company like ExxonMobil, yeah, they drilled the well, it was dry. They relinquished that whole contract they had. Every other company, Chevron was here, Anadarko was here. You know, they were here. They drilled all these wells. They were all dry. And Bwaka is one of the person who signed on most of the agreement. He knows that nothing is here. And we don't have the commercial value of oil. So they are just on an international scam to take money from these people. They're just on an international scheme to just steal money from these people to line up their pockets. And this is broad day robbery on the part of this government. They need to stop it. They need to stop this. That is no help to our country. A scam is dangerous for our country because every company, and this is why you see Aziz is great to even come back, because he knows that what we run here is a scam. How can we even dream of giving contract to a criminal like Aziz? How? That tells you that he's complicit. This government comes complicit along with Aziz, because Aziz knows, and this government, Joseph Bwaka, also knows that there's no oil of any commercial value in our country. So they're just scheming these people. You think what Chevron? Okay, so what Chevron is not coming back? Why Chevron not coming back? Why ExxonMobil not coming back? They're only going after the new oil companies and bringing in the old criminal to support, to pretend there's something going on. It's just a massive scam on the part of this government. The Unity Party government is on a scam to land at the pocket. They're stealing from these people, broad day robbery. They need to stop that. There's no oil of commercial value in our country. Stop breaking the people companies here and taking their bonuses and fees and everything because you want to land on your pocket. I told you yesterday, Stanton, that this government was not even prepared to handle that money because the initial arrangement we have with Nukar.
Let me ask you a question, though. Let me ask you a question before we move on.
Unity Party government.
Jeff, we got to move on.
The vice president.
Jeff, we got to move on. Jeff, we got to move on. Do you have any data to show that we do not have oil?
What are you talking? There's a report from there's a report already out. that our offshore oil block has no oil of commercial value.
When they put out that report? Well, no. I'm asking, when did they put out the report?
Stanton.
Yes, sir.
I'll give you the website.
Yeah.
Yes, they said the spy. Listen, this is on the website. The World Journal. They said despite some hydrocarbon shows a small discovery, none of the wells drilled have yielded commercial quantity of oil. That means, that means there's no commercial value of oil.
I'm trying to agree with you. I'm asking you why year.
But this was done in 20. No, this was in 20.
Which one we taking now? No or yes? Which one? Why year, my man?
It was done. This report was done in 2018. So
it was done in 2018.
Yes.
No, wait now. Wait.
Let me name the company that drilled and abandoned the wells.
No. We don't have time. I just want to move on. I beg you, brother.
No, we can't move on because let me clear.
No, but you spoke for over 2 minutes now. I want to agree with you.
Let me forward to you so you can put it up.
Yeah, but Jeff, why you forward that on me? Let me ask my fellow panelists here, and I'm going to Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, please. 2018, President Weah knew that there was no commercial oil ever under the ground. For 6 years, President Weah was finding people to come and explore and taking bonuses from them. I mean, does that make sense? No, don't stand for me. No, don't stand for me. No, brother, no, don't do this. I beg you, sir. May it please your honor to proceed in my own capacity as a poor man lawyer, please. Let's just agree with our learned brother, Jefferson Chesson, counselor for 25 years and still practicing. His president, my president, the former President George Bernard Weah, Dr. Bopler, knew as per the report given to us today by JJC, Mame, we don't have no commercial oil. But President Weah took 6 years to get bonuses. President Weah took 6 years to sell that which was here. Come on, Greg, you laugh, I'll put you in the back. Stop laughing. These guys are quick to forget. How can we run in that direction? Propaganda is different from reality. You said 2018. President Weah came to power January 2018, and he knew under his president Safwa Megre that we had no commercial value of oil. Yet instead he was pushing getting bonuses. Dr. Bopler, please talk to me. I can't go further. Dr. Bopler, talk to me. Somebody will help. Somebody got to make me understand. Or somebody got to call Greg. Dr. Bopler, talk to me, please.
So, Stanton, it's always a dangerous thing when you go in an area where you have no expertise. For me, I know what kind of oil here or in there. What I do know is companies like Total Energies, they know what they're doing, okay? They already invested $3.5 million in preparatory seismic data gathering. So they're not novices, okay? These are people who posted $18 billion in 2024 in 120 countries. These people know what they're doing. So if they come to Liberia and they say, we're going to explore, and Mama said that earlier, hey, Cummings, you were on point. To know whether you got oil, you got to explore. You got to do some exploration. And yes, it's an investment with risk. You may find, you may not find. But I think the people who know the industry know what they're doing. So I think for us, we wait to see what happens. For me, though, my thing is the monies we're getting, because it says, for Total Energies, for example, CEO, $200 million investment, I think, per block. So for those of us on this side in Liberia, if it creates some jobs for Liberians, but more importantly, that the government would designate the revenue and assign it to one of the arrest agenda sectors. And I would suggest sanitation. I think when we get into this business of designating funds, we not only create more discipline, but we see better results from our money so that don't just go to the consolidated account and then over time you see nothing. But I like the deal that Total Energy signed. I know we're talking about Orento, but I like the deal to sign, and I think we should bring more people in to do some exploration, and we'll see what's there for the country. We may be sitting on stuff, but if we don't explore, we'll never know. So I think it's a move in the right direction. I think I would just encourage the government to always be transparent
Are
in
you
these
okay
deals.
with Arthur Easy coming back to get full? They have given him full. Not the Total Energy. We know Total Energy, they are legit. We know Total Energy coming with strength and power. But Arthur Easy, that's the person we're discussing today, Dr. Bupler.
Right, but look, they're not a Total Energy, but they got some weight. Okay, they've done some things, and now recently, I think they're going beyond Africa. I think they're going Venezuela somewhere. But here's the thing, though.
One question.
Let's
One
Yeah,
question, please.
yes.
You got hold on, Jeff. Will I allow the
One
doctor to
question.
finish?
I will just put just one question. Is Total Energy bigger than ExxonMobil and Chevron?
Okay, we'll pause on your question and we'll pause on your question and allow the doctor to speak. Dr. Bopler, please finish.
Okay. Yeah. So I think based on what we know from the Judy Bryant time, look, if the man did nothing wrong and the man acquisition at the time was legal, I think we pay attention to this round of investment and give an opportunity. Unless we have enough reason to believe that this is not a good deal for the Liberian people. So those who are around the table, I think they should pay attention. But I don't see why you should just outright reject him or his offer to buy blocks. I don't know enough that just simply shuts him out.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bopler. Iman, George, talk to us on this.
Yeah, Stanton, I will pick it from this end. But Dr. Bropler was not here the last time when I spoke, so I would just help him to understand. Today in West Point, Mr. Cummings did offer a solution by saying ANC will be actively engaged in rehabilitation. Perhaps you were not there when I spoke. I also spoke as the chair of ANC Global that we definitely going to be active in rehabilitation of our brothers who are struggling with and sisters who are struggling with substance abuse. But Stanton, when Bacchus Matthew was powerful in the Liberian political scene, he made us he reminded us that the word opposition in African languages mean your enemy. And sometimes when we are in opposition, we play that part. And but being opposition doesn't mean that we have to oppose everything. Right now, what we definitely know is that Liberia is still in the exploration phase. We've been in the exploration phase since the 1970s. We have not been able to remove ourselves from that. The companies that came, that drilled, they did find oil, but they found out that we did not have commercial quality. Then there was a shift. We started to shift to other parts of the country, going closer to Cote d'Ivoire or going closer to Sierra Leone, two countries that have found oil and hoping that we find oil in that area. And that's why I would like to commend the government for the contract they have with Total and ask our brothers in the Senate, as they ratify that document, to please make sure they comb through the document. But I have problem, and please permit me to pronounce the name differently because of my relationship with my brothers in Nigeria. I have problem with Izzy. Izzy has a track record of duping the Liberian people. And I'm very concerned that we are even having conversation with him. But in my mind right now, what I'm trying to grapple with, Stanton, is that one thing I learned living and working in Nigeria was that when you are looking forward to making money, you give contracts. And I know before 2023, the Unity Party was struggling to find money for their campaign. So perhaps Mr. Izzy was one of those who helped them with campaign fund, and now they are trying to reward him. But I don't think he's qualified. I don't think we should consider him. I think there are other people who are very interested. Once we started to show the carbon data that is coming from Sierra Leone and La Côte d'Ivoire, that could give others interest in that carbon data and want to come to explore the Liberian market. So I would strongly talk to our friends in the national legislature. Please spend so much time. And I mean, if this pass, we won't have to blame. I know we would blame. We can blame how they call it, the current government. But those of us in opposition that have been given the opportunity to be the one to hold the government feet to fire by being in the national legislature, we must take seize of this thing. As we go through the process of ratification, we must make sure that if this thing does not align with us, we should kick it out. But I don't think Mr. Eze is the right person right now. Thank you.
Well, let me go to the rest of the guys. I'm going to bring my retired corner, my man himself, Ramin Gray, Phoebe Herons, and we'll go to Vendetta Patrick. Again, I want to say to all of you, we'll do a closing up, but we're getting some very important breaking news. I want Damo ready. He will come up very, very important breaking news about today. Our story. Yes, guys, we are 10 in studio. If you are either in the back, we'll bring you on. Please, guys, don't leave. Others would like to come on. We just want to say, if you are in the back, don't you leave. We'll bring you on. Damo, just go ahead real quick with this breaking news. We don't know, but talk to me. You are muted, Damo.
Thank you, CEO. You know, we have our sources all around, and we keep fishing for information the best way possible. And what we're getting is, I don't know if you're getting our information, but there is information filtering in that the president has suspended Brian McGill, the Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports, that is allegedly involved in the raping of a minor. He has been suspended. Have you got any information as such, sir? You muted, sir.
So I'm going back and forth from our sources. Yes, indeed. We will be confirming before the showtime is over, but this is absolutely true from your end. That we received information that Deputy Minister Brian McGill of the Youth and Sport is suspended. Once confirmed, the letter will be out. And guys, let's just pivot a little bit from Ato Easy and the All Black. If this information, Dama is about to post this on the page. And when we break this kind of news, it's because of our accuracy. But I want to ask you though, swiftly, if this information is legit 100% like we are breaking now, what are your thoughts? I mean, it means that, talk to me real quick. Don't talk about Ato Easy will come back, but Phoebe, though it was Conor Gray. Conor Gray, let's hear you. The North out there, we just beat on Gregor Kuman and this government, and the information coming out that he's suspended. Talk to me, Conor Gray.
Well, Stanton had offset the earlier news that he was suspended in the first place, so which means he was not suspended. And not until clarion cries start coming through, and now he's suspended. You know, those are the kind of information that people should be timely with. Make sure you are very accurate when you're reporting on those things. If he was not suspended, the question is, why now? Why did they keep him around so long? Especially when this was a matter of, you require hasty, investigation, and as such, you release him from his position until he can. That area can be cleared before he can come back to work if he's not found culpable. But why now? So is it really now suspended? If so, why all the time?
Well, let me say this. At the time, maybe he didn't follow Conor Gray. He was released on his own volition because he has a medical issue. And he said, I'm going to excuse myself. And the minister, Jacob Bangadu, granted him that. But now he is suspended. So the report of that he wasn't suspended, but he was just being on leave of absence due to medical issue. Now we are reporting, it is confirmed that he's suspended, and also Front Page Africa is running with this story we just broke that he is suspended. So indeed we can announce that J. Brian McGill, Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport, is suspended over the allegation of rape with a 14-year-old. So great, Colonel Gray, wrap up that we can move forward.
So what I'm trying to say should have been suspended forthwith. This should have been done like last year. So, but I'm glad that he has been suspended. Now, enough time will be allotted for investigation because we have a victim here, an alleged victim. So therefore, this will providing ample time to it's not a matter of submitting, but he should be forced to submit himself to the law. Period.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Suspension. Fubi talked to us. He's suspended. More information coming. And yes, indeed, the letter will be out soon, shortly in the next 24 hours. But Fubi, talk to me. He's out. He's suspended.
Yeah, so just to clarify the points, the Ministry of Youth and Sport wrote the president and alerted him about the main leave of absence. So the president now have taken decision on that letter, and also with the news and the pressure up, the president have taken decision. That's commendable. It's a prudent thing to do. And as for the issue of cooperating with the police, he's also cooperating with the police according to the police IG press conference today. So he's also cooperating with the police and going through the investigation and requiring some forensic stuff to conclude the case. So, but it's commendable that the president took the step, and that's what we expect. And we look forward to seeing a fair and impartial trial. Investigation before talking about trial, but we look forward to seeing that. And once that is concluded, whatever the decision is, guilty or not guilty, we look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll do quick, Colonel Gray. Let's hear you. Brian McGill, Colonel Gray. Let's hear you. Brian McGill. Sorry, not Colonel Gray. Akaris Gray. I'm missing you guys now. I'm sorry. Akaris, let's hear you. He's suspended.
My point is very clear. If so belated and no need, I don't see any reason to commend the government. The action is absolutely belated and no need for a discussion from my end.
Bernard Patrick, Brian McGill, information, we can confirm that he's suspended. Jose Yima Barker suspended him due to the rape allegation.
The president has the right to hire and fire. Are you hearing me?
Yes, you're good now. Talk to us.
Are you hearing me? Yeah, are you hearing me now?
Go ahead, VP.
Yeah, I'm saying the president has the right to dismiss, suspend, and he acting a constitutional responsibility. So there's no big deal about that.
Based on the allegation?
Well, I have not seen the statement. I'm just saying the president has the right to suspend, fire, or dismiss. It could include this alleged rape allegation. And one can clearly see that it's based on the alleged allegation, because looking at the timing, I mean, you don't need anyone to tell you why the president is suspending. It's based on the accusation he's currently facing.
Thank you very much. Let's come over to you, Brother Jefferson Chessing. The president suspended him. This is on the executive mansion website now. They are sharing it. Again, they just posted it, so our information was accurate. They say for immediate release, President Jose Yimabaka suspend Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport amid rape allegation. We're trying to know why. Yes, the rape allegation. Executive Marshal Morovia, President Jose Yimabaka Sr. has suspended the Deputy Minister for Youth. Can we meet, guys? For Youth and Sport Development at the Minister of Youth and Sport, Mr. Brian McGill, for the serious allegation of involvement in the rape of a minor. This decision has been taken in line with the government zero-tolerance policy toward all forms of sexual and gender-based violence, and ensure a fair and transparent investigation. Deputy Minister McGill will remain suspended until the conclusion of the investigation. Let's hear you, Chissy.
Thank you, Stanton. Stanton, raping our country is a capital offense. It's a serious crime. I think the action of the president is belated and is a complete betrayal of the people's trust. This action should have been taken immediately when the complaint was formally placed with the Liberia National Police for the fact that he was accused. I think the president should have suspended him to face the investigation. Keeping him in the position alone jeopardized the investigation of the case, because the father of the victim works directly at the Ministry of Youth and Sport, and Brian McGill is his boss. So he could have interfered with the case. He should have been suspended, and by now he should have been in prison, or by now forwarded to court for prosecution. I think the government dropped the ball when it comes to the rule of law. And it was surprising to note that there are more rape cases under this government than the previous government and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf 12 years. So that means it has to be more, it has to be, the action of the president has to be drastic to curb that. But yes, in my mind, it's a belated action, and it shows incompetence of this government and failure to even implement their own arrest agenda, which is the rule of law.
Thank you.
Because
we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, Jeff. We'll come back to you, please. Let me hear you. Winfred Russell. Today, it happened on the 30th of August. Guess what happened? The father was kind of quiet because they were back and forth. It hit the Liberia National Police, women and children. And the father came on our show. The back and forth today, I started beating on Gregory Coleman. I was going straight for his Jackalope vein and the gender ministry. Cole Bangalo, we dealt with Cole Bangalo. I spoke to him. But today, the president said, no, we will not allow this guy to go and just think that he will report every day to the police station. We must suspend him. And the president did. Russell, talk to me.
I think it's a commendable decision by the president. I think he heard the cries of Liberian people and the victim, her family and all of that. And of course, the pressure that was brought on by this network in ensuring that justice be done. So, I'm not going to go along with folks who are saying, oh, this is belated, or it took so long. We have a government that a responsible government in place that folks are respecting the laws of the country, and so there's a process. Even as heinous as this is, you still have a process, and I think the president made the right choice. Is the right decision, Stanton. I think this is the way to go, and I commend him for that. And also commend Spoon for picking this up and putting pressure on all levels to ensure that we get to where we are today.
Thank you. Mama, talk to us on this.
Stanton, you see, sometimes that's where we can go at loggerhead. I mean, on the show, we can be hitting each other. You listen to our carols here. You listen to Jeff describing the action as belated incompetence. And you expect us to sit and just let it go. Then when somebody tells you, don't compare the government with this government. Your foreign minister, Cummings, was accused of sexual harassment. Your foreign minister was accused of sexual harassment in the United States. The victim recorded the case, complained publicly, published all around. Your president refused to even conduct administrative hearing. Famule, who was the deputy minister for administration responsible to conduct just administrative hearing within the ministry, was dismissed. We are refused to conduct just administrative hearing of a victim
about the harassment of the foreign minister. He took no action. Gray year was in the legislature, he took no action. After 6 years, you can't say he belated. What I want to do? Incompetence? I will not give the other example. But what I wanted to say is, we will not tolerate it. The president is the head of the entire security architecture in the country. The information he received it sometimes even 3-4 days before we can even hear it. I'm sure his action today is informed by hardcore security information relative to probable cause. That's why he took the action. The pressure from the women groups, very welcoming. The pressure from Spoon, Akaros, and other people who sat there and raised their voice and said there is a need to fast track this process. It's welcoming, as the president's action is welcoming. We do not have an irresponsible president who will see a victim complain of sexual harassment, who will see women complain of another man beating on them and take no action, no administrative action, no police investigation. They went free. And somebody is taking action. You want to kind of throw it in the mud and can say it be belated like incompetence. If it is incompetence, then what happened in the past is insanity. Thank you, Stanton.
Okay, so Minister D. Maxwell Kamaya heard his name. He will be joining us to respond to you, Mame. We will be fair to allow him to respond. Whenever we talk about rape allegation in the country, the name that former foreign minister D-Max Kamaya comes about, and it will be only be fair to give him the chance to respond. I know you have not spoken yet. We got two other guys. You spoke, Brother Russell. Dr. Bobler, you have not spoken, right? Minister Kamaya, just 1 minute. We'll come to you. We'll allow the rest of the guys to speak. Then we'll give you the chance. Dr. Bobler, can you speak on this issue, please, if you have not? You got to unmute, Dr. Bobler.
Stanton,
Yes, sir.
the president did the right thing. I think we got to be careful not to make everything political. We need to see things for what they are, respond to the substance of it, and celebrate when there's some kind of corrective action taken. Just because we're a small country, we're a small population, let's not diminish the office of the president. Like he is supposed to get personally involved in everything. There are agencies responsible: the police, the courts, the gender ministry. So if the president comes, remember now, the president have to get information from others. If the president come when he does and say, look, enough of this, we're going to suspend this man. Yes, applaud him. Remember, he is not elected, he is appointed. And he serves at the will and the pleasure of the president. And his role is to do the best job without embarrassing the president or the people. So the president comes and says, and he says, oh, it's incompetent, it's left down to the people. What? The president did the right thing. And let's move forward to the justice system so that justice might be served. And I think we're going in the right direction. Everything can be political.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel, let me hold you right there. What we bring in the former Foreign Affairs Minister, Minister D-Max Kamaya. Minister, welcome to the Spoon Talk, and thank you for calling in. Minister Kamaya, can you listen through the phone, please? Okay, let me try Minister again. Emmanuel B, go ahead. It looked like he was listening to the television. Emmanuel, go ahead, please.
Stanton, I think it's great news coming from the presidency. I want to thank you, Stanton, Wilfred, Dr. Bropler, Cornell Gray, Vendetta Patricks, Akaros, Fubi, Jefferson, Mame, Glenn and all panelists on the show that when we had a robust conversation on Saturday, and we did.
I thank you, Emmanuel. Let me bring in the minister. He's ready now, please. Minister D. Max Kamea, you're welcome to the show. It's good to have you on, sir.
Thank you very much, Stanton. Good evening, and good evening to all of the panelists. I just listened to Ambula Miami, and I called you, as I indicated before to you, that enough is enough with respect to the blatant lies against my character. I did appear on your show, and for the purpose of even ensuring openness and transparency, I forwarded to you, to your inbox, everything from text messages between this individual and myself, and I gave you the go-ahead to place it in your chat room. Let Miami find something to say. I have never, ever been engaged in anything that has to do with sexual harassment in my life, not even against this individual as it is. Ambula Miami, do we go and agree with the public or public sentiments that you are a gay because people say you are a gay? I won't do that because I know better. So you cannot take something and based on sentiment, and you always want to allude that to me. No, I was never, there is absolutely nothing that I did to this individual. I never engaged in rape. I never even touched the little nails. We've never even come in touch with anything of that nature. The Ministry of Gender, Honorable Isota, even based on that complaint, initiated an investigation for which this individual didn't even cooperate, didn't even partake, disengage. So there are details of the lies. It was all political. Oda, are you sleeping with your fellow man? I'm not gay.
Yeah,
because people continue.
But Diva,
no, excuse me. No, excuse me, Stanton. I am not saying, I'm not telling you or the public that he's doing it. I'm only making a point that people do lie. People do lie. And so it's not because you hear something about someone, you as an intellectual, without probing, and you want to use that as a reference point, find something else to make reference about. I've never been taken to court or what have you. I'm spent on.
Minister Kamaya, Ambassador, allow us. Ambassador, let me be fair, and I beg you, please allow me a few seconds. Everyone listen to Mame, and Mame can speak for himself. Mame asked a question. There were allegations against you, but President Weaden didn't suspend you. Allegation against Brian McGill, but President Joseph Boakai suspended Brian McGill today. I think that's where Mame came from. Mame didn't accuse you of rape.
No, I listen. I stand up.
Yes,
Can
sir.
I come in?
Go ahead, sir.
I listen to Ambula Miami. And he first had an issue with why Gray Chessing, why the name mentioned with respect to the current administration. And he went on to prove his point that your former, in his exact words, your former foreign minister was accused of sexual harassment. Mohammed should know better that statutory rape or rape, I never raped anybody. And if you go to the social media center, you will see all the names that I raped, I'm a rapist, this, that. But never in this world even sexual harassment ever took place. Let Mohammed know better and use a different situation to reference than using me as a reference point. And that's what I'm saying. If somebody accuse someone of being a gay, and I know that I have done no investigation whatsoever to prove that Ambula Mohammed is a gay, I will, in my mind, from an intellectual standpoint, not reference him as being a gay. That's not what. This lady accused me of asking her, according to her, for a kiss. And I sent even the so-called complaint to you. You have everything sent up. The only time that I appear on Spoon, and I said it before and I repeat tonight, I remained quiet all those years because someone who I respect knew that it was falsehood and asked me to just forget it, and I forgot it with all of that. But I told you, Stanton, that manners that I will no longer be silent on anyone that brings anything that has a semblance of further bringing my reputation into disrepute. And I even consider that a disservice to myself for being quiet over the years from that time up to now as it is. In this word, from after the so-called January 8th, that was referenced, that I harassed someone. You got all the text messages. How someone after January the 8th will keep communicating with me, calling me father and all sorts of things. I gave you all the messages up to the eve of my nomination as foreign minister. And barely 2 hours after my nomination as foreign minister, someone comes up with a political motivated stuff and say that I sexually harassed. You have all the messages there. Put the messages in your chat room center and let others go through them. I always follow Vandala Patrick when he makes the point, even last night or so, or the other night, but Senior Fremont and another guy from GSA, where they lie on people. And this is a disservice to the honest fight against sexual and gender-based violence. When people lie, it undermines the actual intent and purpose. But let Ambula find something to make reference on, and not to use me as a reference point, because I am deeply hurt and going through my own hurt, trauma, emotional for me. And someone takes it what is being said is something lightly. I was even my wife of more than 33 years of consecutive relationship with 27 years of marriage consecutive. I don't have even had a problem how my wife not being a part and known of all this conversation and all of that. How will you say that you accuse me, but yet you were behind my wife throughout? To come to my house on weekends for my wife to teach you how to cook in the exact words that you got fingers. Why did you not show up with the Ministry of Gender for the investigation that was launched at the Ministry of Gender? Find something else.
Thank you, Minister.
Can we ask him some questions?
Yes, I'm prepared.
Minister, Ambassador, you like to take question? Before we do that,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So, guys, just remember, we end with this Brian Maggett story because of the time. So let's just give it our best shot. We can continue easy after easy no more. Mommy, let me give you the first shot because you brought D Max's name up.
D Maxwell Kimenya, you, the CDC people, and anybody, you can call me gay, you can call me any name. My record, my life is the evidence. I don't need you to validate or defend me. My character, my lifestyle speaks for me more. So go ahead, call me anyhow. I can never be a homosexual. Never. I don't tolerate it. I don't support it. And I can never be. If you want to keep in your mind and live with it, go ahead and live with it. I cannot. I can never be. I don't support it. I don't tolerate it. On the basis of allegation, the George Weah you support today is widely accused of being a homosexual. George Weah, football players in Lone Star, accuse him of being a homosexual. Eugene Nangwe, his chief of staff, is being accused of being a homosexual. Do you believe it? Me, Ambula, Mame, cannot never imagine to be a homosexual. I cannot be, I will not be, I have not been. My lifestyle is the evidence. Nothing around me resembles that. You came here. The lady came here. I did not bring her. She came on spoon and accused you. What I said was, I come in. The same way you were accused is the same way Brian Maggett is accused. Brian Maggett talked to Stanton and provided all the information that the guy is lying on him. The same way you said the other guy lying on you. It's the same way this Brian Maggett said, this guy lied on me. Criminal investigation regarding sexual harassment is not investigated by gender ministry. Like you said, yeah, it's not investigated by gender ministry. It's investigated by the police. The fact that you even claiming that you went to gender ministry for investigation is a sign of a compromise. All the evidence you have that you put in chat rooms, you should have taken those evidence to the police to exonerate yourself, not to keep it after 3 years and send it to stand on the police in chat rooms. If you have all those strong pieces of evidence, why didn't you submit to the investigation and exonerate yourself? I did not accuse you. The victim came on show, on spoon. I will play her recording. She accused you. I am only saying the same way you were accused is the same way Brian is accused. The same way you saying you did not do it is the same way Brian is saying you did not do it. In your case, your master leader did not suspend you. You did not go for investigation. In this case, he's been suspended. You're going for investigation through the police and not gender ministry. That's the difference. Thank you.
Ambassador, come here.
No, let me respond, please. And I'm happy, Ambula Mai, that Ambula Mai, that you. Hello, Senator, am I there?
Yes, you're live, sir. Talk to us. We're listening.
I'm happy that you made reference to what you said as it relates to. You are being accused or referred to as a gay. You have just indicated to us that you are not, and you've never been, and will not be. The thing here is for you to get a better understanding that accusation or allegations that you are a gay does not make you a gay. That's my point I'm making. That people will have their own reason for accusing. That's why as an intellectual, you would be able to understand whether in the United States of America, whether here in Liberia or anywhere, the burden of proof rests on the accused. accuser. The burden of proof rests on the accuser. I was not accused of a rape, and I didn't put up what I put up that you're saying with respect to gender mainstream. I just forwarded the center which you have the communication accusing the exact accusation that I asked for the case. How can you turn asking the case, which is not even true, to statutory rape, as you are comparing as it is? And if a man wants a woman, it is clear. All you on the show for now are gentlemen. You will know from the exchange of text messages, which are also made available to center, and I'm sure you place it in the chat room, so you will see the trend. So you will see the trend where you say that I'm a monster, and for months you are engaging me. The messages are there, and cool Father's Day. How can you turn me a father, a good father, if you say I harass you? But it only changed when I was nominated. So it is politically motivated, which is not brought before any court. It's the same way with all the lives I could not go to America, this, that, my visa, all those things, I availed them to stand up. So it's all false too, Amula Mame. What you saying about our leader, it is naive on your part when you and myself are having a conversation and you taking it to the former president. That in itself is indiscipline on your part, because you should be responsible. This is not a conversation between you and former President Weah. This is a conversation between you and I. And you should be ethical. You should be an intellectual by keeping the conversation between us and not to engage maliciously into falsehood as it relates to the impeccable character of former President Weah.
Thank you very much. Russell, you go last, and then we're going to end with the ambassador. Russell.
Oh, okay. Please, you go last. Okay. Just have a couple of questions for former Minister Cummings. One is that, were you accused? I mean, just monosyllabic responses, yes or no. Were you accused?
What?
Were you accused of sexual harassment?
I was not engaged in sexual harassment.
That was not the question, sir.
Can you give me a chance?
Go ahead, Ambassador.
Give me a chance, Russell. I was not, and never have I been engaged in sexual harassment. I was accused by a lady, who has throughout been in my space barely 2 hours after my nomination of asking her for a case. That is the accusation, that I asked her to kiss me, which is not true. And that has been spun by whosoever for their own reasons. I'm a sexual predator. I am a rapist. The accusation.
But Russell, you have another one. I beg you, Ambassador, we can have you. Ambassador, we can have you on the show.
Yeah, okay, Ambassador. I'm trying to lay a premise here. because I remember this case very well because it was also brought to me in my capacity at the time to get involved, to see, especially from the American side of it, to ensure that this matter was adjudicated. And so I'm very familiar with the case, and I'm very familiar with the woman who made the allegation against you. So my question then is, why was it not investigated? Why didn't you all not investigate the allegation made against you? Because sexual harassment is a serious issue here, and especially it happened around the Me Too movement in this country. It's a serious allegation. So why didn't you all investigate it to at least have you vindicated?
When you say, first and foremost, hello?
We are here, Ambassador.
First and foremost, when you say you are familiar with the kids, you are making reference to probably you are familiar with the falsehood, with the political motivated accusation, because it is far from reality. Like I just indicated, the burden of proof rests on the accuser.
On the accused.
Excuse me. Yeah, on it. The burden of proof rests on the accuser, not the accused. Not the accused. You accused, you come forward, you have the burden to prove. There were attempts. Former Deputy Minister, who is a women activist, Thelma E. Duncan Sawyer, and former Assistant Minister, Anthony Greaves, they even made a visit to the permanent mission. In an attempt from that end to be able to ascertain what was being said. The individual in question declined. More besides, I could not investigate myself. I have never been taken to court or taken anywhere for investigation, whether in the United States of America, whether it is in the Republic of Liberia. It is distasteful that people who want to attempt, as by your question, to put on me the burden to prove something that I have never been engaged in. Let me tell you, Russell, it is the same way that there was so many lies that this individual in question at the permanent mission in the United States was being prevented by Kemaya because of the falsehood against me to get her accredited. You, Russell, you are in the United States. Check the permanent mission in New York. It is almost 2 years now since we are out of power, and see whether that individual is even accredited.
Thank you, Tim Maxwell.
They are not.
We will bring you on.
Giving their illegal status in the United States, which was the reason. But people tried to spin it at that time and made it look like we were targeting something that I don't do. And Russell and others, I have fought all my life fighting against such matters. My record, even with the truth the TRC, on behalf of international and national organizations, we were there and provided expert opinion with respect to issues affecting women and children. I have for more than
Max, thank you very much.
dedicated advice to working with girls and women. Even right now, as I speak for you, there's a program running in support of women and girls, something that started since 1994.
Ambassador D. Max Kamaya,
So,
we want to say
I
thank
want
you.
to say something to the ambassador.
We want, Carlos Gray, you will be the last. Please speak to the ambassador, then we have to move on.
Ambassador, thank you very much for moving on the front line. This shows that the CDC is ready for 2029. Whether the little guns or the big guns will come out, the mistakes that we made in 2023 that people just lie and they lie flat, it's good that you are all out. I appreciate it. But Ambassador, you know what comes to my mind? There are a few things. One, there was no formal complaint by this lady filed to the police or filed to the Gender Ministry of the Republic of Liberia, the Liberian National Police, nor the Ministry of Gender. There was an internal mechanism in your own area to investigate the matter, she declined. The Gender Ministry of Liberia made effort, she declined. A serious thing as sexual assault. I'm disappointed in a regime collaborator like Russell, who will come out and say, I knew about in America, sexual abuse, and the American government, the complaint was filed and they could not have investigated it. It means they had no merit. It was thrown into the dustbin of history.
So let's do this conversation after the ambassador leaves, after you had a question.
Minister, my question now. So, Minister, what your comment on that?
No. And besides this point, I resolved no more will I keep quiet with respect to anything that impugns on my character. I told Stanton this. Look, I have absolutely nothing to do with this lady. That is not my nature. I'm not into such situation, no matter how politically one may want to spin it. Let me let you know, Stanton and Akaros, when I appeared for my confirmation, the Liberian Senate also invited this lady in question to come to Liberia. They say it could even be done virtually. Ask Mr. Nabala Sengwe, the Secretary of the Senate, as to this matter. She also didn't show up. She never cooperated. This was all politics. It was meant for the public. But let me end on this, Stanton. During the confirmation hearing of Madam Sarah Beslow Yanti, Senator Dara Dillon brought this up and asked last year in February, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs currently made a commitment to the Senate through Dara Dillon's question. You got a tapes you can follow that she will investigate this matter. If the government can be witch hunting me for rice, Saudi Arabia rice, that there's nothing. If the government can engage in my persecution under the disguise of prosecution, you think that there were merit in that from last year to now? In response to Senator Darrell Dillon's question, you think I will not be under investigation for this? It is diabolical, it is evil, and it is all intended to bring my hard-earned reputation to disrepute.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you.
When someone says something as intellectual, it's good to do your own investigation. President Weah, he got his own way of fact-finding as it is. And so I can tell you, and you can quote me, did his own background stuff. And based on that, knowing that there was no merit, I was accused falsely. That's how I went on. The Liberian Senate, knowing that I did nothing and that it was falsehood, that's how they proceeded with my confirmation hearing.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Big Max. Welcome, yeah.
And I've done nothing. And I encourage Stanton got every piece of document that it takes that I forwarded to him. And let me end up. Councillor Pierre Brambu, when Councillor Pierre Brambu went through the document, go to Front Page Africa. Councillor Pierre Brambu wrote an article in Front Page Africa and said Kemaya is the victim. Kemaya is the victim based on what she saw as it is. Enough is enough on this matter. I have my family, I have my reputation as it is. It is just not proper. It is evil to just get up and accuse someone only for political reason. People thought that they could get legal status in America at my expense. At my expense? No.
Thank you very much, Ambassador.
I've not been that kind of person. And then Winfred Russell that said knows better. That because he knows, even from far back, may his soul rest in peace. Our late Alvin Gibson, I said, that's not me. That's not my reputation. It got nothing within my characteristics or within my nature and scope. I'm sorry, but it's emotional. It's emotional for me. It's psychologically.
Let me ask you a question, Ambassador. Thank you, because Ambassador, let me ask you the last question. Ambassador, let me ask you the last question. I beg you, I know it's emotional for you.
Senator, just before, do you know what it means for any of you on that show to be accused? I have daughters. I got family. Follow my track record. Follow my track record. Because of politics, because to be foreign minister, as it is, and somebody wanted it to stop. You go look at the messages. Somebody there sending me messages. Oh, it's been a while. I've not talked to my father. I need to talk to you in a minute. Go look at all the messages as it is.
Ambassador, the action taken today by President Joseph Yimamboka, do you applaud such action based on the allegation that he suspended Brian McGill? Ambassador Kamaya?
Yes, Stanton.
Yes, sir.
All I can say to you is I have daughters. I got family of many sisters. Even the program that I have been sponsoring with respect to women and girls empowerment, as it is, the last graduation 41, you got right now in the program more than that. I will never, even in my dream, countenance the act of any form of aggression against women. Against women. Whatever decision President Boakai took today with respect to this, I am not here to question his judgment as it is. What I do know following Mr. Brian McGill took a leave of absence a couple of days ago. Leave of absence, as we all know, clearly indicates that this person has been out of job. Suspension means you are also out of job temporarily. Leave of absence means you're out of job temporarily. So in effect, Mr. Brian Magee has temporarily been out of job by himself at his own will and pleasure. And so whether the suspension was going to come tonight or not, Mr. Brian Magee was still being temporarily out of job. Extension.
So, D-Max, allow me, I beg you. Now, when I hear you, you're not talk plenty. Please entertain the last question, sir, please. The question is, allegation on Brian Magee. President Bwaka suspended him today. Allegation. We run with that story here on Spoon. My question to you, was this President Joseph Yema Bwaka action today, do you think it was a fair one? It was a just one?
You say I'm talking plenty, but you asking plenty and plenty questions or plenty.
No, I mean that allow us to ask questions. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. But when you get plenty of questions, I will give the plenty answers. That's all that I'm saying. So, President Bwaka took an action today in his wisdom with respect to Brian Magee as it relates to allegations surrounding statutory rape, a minor being involved as it is. All that I can say is, as we have been advocating the rule of law, has been and continues to be one of the strong proponents of the rule of law. Let the rule of law apply. But what I'm saying to you, Mr. Brian Magee had already for past days at his own volition taken a leave of absence. Leave of absence means temporarily being away from job pending the outcome probably of a particular situation. The suspension today means temporary absence from job as a pending the outcome or whatever ends up as it relates to the allegation.
Okay, thank you very much.
The suspension have gone into effect today or not, Mr. Brian Magee has already been absent from work through his own leave of absence. That's how much I can say with respect to.
And then that's a good political answer, not to give good rating to the president. That's a beautiful political opposition answer. My last question to you, Ambassador Kamaya. Do you think President George Manawe Aden, do you think he should have suspended you based on the allegation that came forth?
Allegation for what?
The allegation from Cummings that she for sexually assaulting her, those allegations that we ran on different network, and she came on Spoon and she pointed finger and she said you assaulted her. Do you think then the president should have suspended you?
No, but she didn't say that to you. You have her letter. You have her letter in your possession, and I know that you read and comprehend very well as it is. So I was never accused of assault. They really accused me that I asked her to kiss me, and she said that based on the request, she see me as a fatherly figure and left. Be specific. Stanton, It has to do with people's reputation.
So I would agree with your clarity, Ambassador. Let's agree with what you just said. But based on those allegations, do you think the president should have suspended you?
Suspending on what?
Based on her allegation that you attempted to kiss her, she felt uncomfortable and she left. It put you in a position. It put you in a position. It put the state, it put the country in a position that our ambassador attempted to kiss a lady and make her uncomfortable, and she walked off. Do you think then President George Manawia should have suspended you?
Senator, you have to be genuine and sincere. It brought on my character and on my reputation. So you were never told, I was never accused of attempting to kiss. You have the communication. I was accused of asking someone to kiss me, which is even natural. So when you're speaking and asking, speak to the specific. You have it in black and white in your possession. The accusation is that I asked somebody to kiss me. I was not accused of attempting to kiss somebody.
So you were accused of asking. You were accused of asking. You were accused of asking for a kiss. You were accused that you asked her to kiss her. You were accused that you asked her to kiss you. Do you think then, based on the international concern and these allegations that she brought forth, President George Manawia then should have suspended you pending the investigation?
With international concern.
All right, Ambassador, that's okay. Thank you very much.
No, but you know that you see, Senator, you are in America under no condition that if the United States government had any semblance or clue that the false allegation given me were true, I will never even come even close to the President of the United States. Let alone shaking his hand and being in
Wait, so we're going to have you another time. I respect your time, D-Max Kamaya, foreign minister. Yes, sir.
Let me land on that, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I was never even being allowed to go to the White House. I was never even being allowed to go to State Department where dinner was tender. Look, don't play on people's reputation. Stanton, you know, Stanton, you and me, you know the weight of being accused and facing something. You know you have that experience better than even me as it is. And when you are in that state, you are looking at your life and your family, Stanton, your life and your family. So you can't spin something that is not real as it is. Stanton,
I appreciate your answer. We were just told to ask questions, but Ambassador, you're always welcome on Spoon Talk. We hope this time around the folks can understand your clarity better. Again, we want to say thank you very much, Ambassador D-Max Kamaya.
Stanton, you know the weight of facing accusation. So when you dealing, know that people reputation is at stake.
Well, the best thing we can do is to just explain honestly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Explaining honestly. And if I didn't want to be honest, I was not going to put at your disposal every document.
Yes, you did. 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 Thank you very much, Ambassador Kamaya. Thank you a lot. And thanks for joining us this evening.
I know I'm clean. And let me thank you for the opportunity, Stanton, Let me thank you for the opportunity.
I do appreciate it, and will remain humble. Thank you a lot, sir. All right, so guys, there you have it. We want to say thanks to the former Foreign Minister, D-Max Kamaya. It was a great one, Mame. I don't know where this boy is coming from. Where your mom born you at, Mame? But want to say again, let's move on back to this thing while we wrap up. I just have my closing to make. I believe every one of us spoke about the Brian McGill issue.
Yes.
This is a huge issue. While I close on Brian McGill, then we will speak. We'll give our closing. Let me say my piece. Whenever we beat on President Bouaka, and President Bouaka listen, I don't know what else you want. He listen and he take action. Okay, do you want a president that will listen and take action, or do you want a president that will listen and take no action? Listen, I love to dissect. I love to separate things. Don't put all the thing in the same pot. No. After the show, Dr. Bropla, I'm going to eat smoked ham and smoked turkey with lettuce on a sandwich, bread. I know how to package it, but I also know how to separate it from eating cheesesteak. What am I saying, Dr. Bropla? And you know that because you visited the church. I'm not telling the people what we ate when you came to that church. And you went for second cornbread and rice bread, Dr. Bopla. I have that picture. But let's just come home with this.
It's a commandment to dash that lie.
It's very important for us to understand. Do you want a president that will take action, my fellow Liberians? Or you want a president that will not take action? The incident happened August 30th. 30 days, September, April, June, and November, all the way out 31 days. One more day before month end. We can remind ourselves. The grandfather came on spoon 6 days after. 6 days after. You can't. Immediately the next day, I reached out to General Minister Women. I have the information. We went back and forth here myself. I said, you got to do something. I reached out to Cole Bangalore. He says, Stanton, we put you on the release and we'll send a recommendation. To you guys, you don't know what we do in the back. After we come here and scream and yell, go ask Jeremiah Kwankun. You don't think I can play with Vice President Kuhn? I told them this is a failure. Go ask Mo Ali what I told him. I'm calling people name now because the president have taken action. The president here in America, they briefed the president. We saw Gregory Cummings playing Tabata with his investigation. We blasted at Gregory Cummings, asking. The president took action. They said, no. The president action. Are we serious? Can we actually just think for a second? I know you want to play politics, but can you do it for the women and children? That if anybody is caught in rape, allegation, it is dead. That person is done. Can we say that? You was yesterday saying the president calling on for the man, the government calling on today, the government take action your best. But let me close. My brother Jefferson, you walked this walk before. You went through a similar situation. I want to give you the chance because a lot of people texted on our live feed. Explain to them your ordeal. When this allegation was hanging over you and how you were clear for the sake of our network. I want to give you the chance because listen, I'm my third time seeing you. I never knew you before, never met you, but I'm happy that you're on Spoon. So I want to go through let me land on this. I beg you, this is very serious. You walked through this track before. You were accused. They put the allegation on you like Brian McGill. Tell us your story. Let's give you enough time and how you walk free, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, my situation is not synonymous to what's going on with Brian McGill. So the Unity Party propagandist that is trying to draw my case to be similar to that. No, it was never. Somebody attempted to lie on me. I was in the country. When I arrived, somebody told me I worked at the Zone 6 police station in Brooklyn, and I presented myself. I said, I learned that somebody lied on me. They said, yes. So be here, let's call the person. They called the person. They brought the person who they said was the victim. And the women and children took the person into a separate room, and another person took the person who lied to me into another room. They had two interviews separately. When they came, both of them compared the notes. Both of the security officers compared the notes they got from the two separate rooms. The lady from the women and children came up to me and said, Mr. Chesson, please go home. That's all. I didn't make one statement to any police station. Nothing beyond that. It was completely a concocted lie to extort money and to defame me. So it didn't even reach the state of even taking statement. So when I hear the Unity Party propagandists trying to link me to it, that is foolish. That is nonsense. That is, I don't even give it credence. So don't mind them. All those that talk at Unity Party, they feel that I've been too vocal on exposing their failures, their incompetence, and their limitation. Nothing. Look, Stanton, I can defy the entire police. If they get one statement from me in police station on red issue, I will politely walk to the Central Prison and let them put me in jail.
So allow us to ask you a question. Because
Yes.
now you sit on the show and thank God, and now you sit on the show, thank God that we have.
So we're making people guess on the platform.
We have to ask you. Wait.
No, get him a chance. Let him ask.
Everybody was camping Vendetta. You can either do your closing or you add Jefferson question. Let's do this. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Jeff. Please allow me. It is important. A lot of people on our live feed calling your name, and I really, really believe in you, but I didn't know this.
Go ahead.
When you walk into the police station,
I think there's diversionary tactics to sue away from
when you walk into the police station, you say, who asked you to go home? Was there any investigation, Jeff, or they just say go home?
On my part, when I walk into the station, the lady at the women children protection section told me, yes, somebody's alleged. But sit down and let me get the person and the victim. They brought both of them to the station. The women and children took the person into the room. The other police guy took the lady into another room. So there were two investigations at separate time in the police station. After the investigation, both of them came outside. They went separately and compared their notes. And they came to me without saying anything else to me. Said, Mr. Chesson, go home.
So were there any statement?
Never. Not once. I challenged the entire police.
So they just told you to go home. Nothing happened.
Go home. There were no statement taken from me whatsoever. I had no statement whatsoever.
Did you know the family?
If I knew the family statement, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're gonna close this show.
I was not even in country. I was not even in country when that last spread.
Did the police write anything, or they just actually said go home? That's it.
I said again, the police did not write anything. I did not write anything. Never ever. I challenged them.
Okay. What year?
Can't be accurate on that. I can't remember accurately.
What was that?
2016, but I can't remember.
Or it was the UP government then?
Yes.
You remember the police officer? You remember the police officer? You remember the police officer that asked you to leave?
No, I don't remember the name again.
Was it a police IG?
No, it was not the IG. It was never the IG. And but instead of more than that, you know, and I know under Ellen's administration, it's not like under Bwaka's administration where his government official rape a lady where the victim father is crying and he's still walking about free. No, when you are accused, no, give me a chance. No, wait. When you are accused, or when you were accused on the Ellen, you are whisked into jail right away. You don't even have the chance to even explain yourself. You will be placed in jail.
Were you working in the government at the time?
Working at the time? No. I never worked for any government. I never.
Okay.
I worked on a program called the Senior Executive Service. That program was a program designed to recruit Liberian professionals.
That's okay. Let me bring the other guys in.
Okay. To come and work in the civil service and provide
it's okay.
training.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Jeff. The guy's going to ask you the question and you can proceed. Fubi, we're going to come to you from there. Patrick, Emmanuel, going to agree, and then we'll move up to the guys that stay seated. Fubi?
So we're closing our rest, Tenton?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are closing, please.
Yeah, so in my closing, I think D-Max came here. If he'll be responding to everybody that talk about that allegation, then I think he got more explanation to be doing, because people by using now against him to keep provoking him. So he should try to let it go and just focus on other things. He have made enough clarification instead of trying to respond each time he hears that somebody say the person didn't take action. As they do, for example, with the girlfriend, they never took action against him. But from the same youth and sport ministry, and so that's the kind of comparison that Mame was referencing. And now that he was saying that, Maxwell actually abused the lady, he just said the allegation. And no, Jeff, the last time you said here the police arrested you, and today you're saying you walked to the police station, they didn't ask you any question.
You are a liar.
Hey,
I never said that. Don't lie.
The CEO asked.
You have your time to respond. Let you finish, please.
The CEO asked you that day, I think on Monday, whether you were arrested, and you said yes, you were arrested. Because we made reference to the issue of Brian, why Brian is not being arrested and he's waiting, and you clearly say you were arrested, and you said it. So it's not about the clip is there. We'll find. Hey, take time. I'm not accusing you. I'm just using your statement that you made on Monday. You agree that you were arrested.
Jeff, allow him to finish, please. I beg you. We'll come to you.
Yeah, don't take it personal. The same way you said a lie on you, and you calling Brian McGill and say McGill rape. No, it's possible that they also lie on McGill. People use rape as a weapon against people. So not because somebody accused you, it means you are guilty. And not because somebody father say, oh, they raped my daughter, it means that McGill is guilty. So you can't go that route. And that's why the police is doing their job and saying they're going to try to get forensic evidence to see how they can pursue and finally close the matter. And that's fair. And a lot of people have been behind bars on rape allegations that have been false. People use that for political reasons. You just heard your former Minister of Foreign Affairs telling you the same thing, that he was falsely implicated based on political reason because he was nominated as a foreign minister. Somebody lied on him in order to bring him down. And people have done that many times to many people. And Brian McGill is no exception to that. And we saw the issue of Simon Freeman. And a lot of people, besides even being top politician in the country, communities, people lie on people. People lie on pastors. They put them in jail. So it's not about just grabbing and putting in jail. We should force, my argument has always been, we should have a fast track, rape case in court. Rape case should be fast track. We should improve our infrastructure so that you can have these kind of forensic tests done quickly so that people can go through. You don't just grab people and put them in jail forever because you want to prove that, okay, they say the man rape, grab him and put him in jail. That's not the solution to fighting rape. Fast track your whole issue, the whole investigative process. That way, you collect one name quickly, but you don't just grab someone, put it in jail because somebody rape, grab him, put in jail. Somebody rape, grab him, put in jail. That's not a way to fight rape.
Thank you.
Fast track investigation.
Let's observe the 2 minutes, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. It's always cool hanging out with you guys every evening. I really do appreciate it. I hope we can continue this for the next 300 years. I do. Let me bring in my brother. This guy kept me on the phone all day today. I had to hang up on him 3 times. My dear friend and brother, Vendetta Patrick's.
Thank you, CEO. It was a very good show. I love the exchanges, and I'm very proud of this platform where we come here, we debate issues void of sentiments. As I said before, the issue involving this 14-year-old is regrettable, and we pray that the law will be utilized appropriately. But let me hasten to say tonight, I'm looking at a report here. Between 2019 to 2020, 51% of cases that went to the court, they were thrown out based on lack of evidence. And it stems from the fact that when someone is accused of rape, police need to ensure that they collect the requisite or appropriate evidence. It is that evidence the prosecution will use to convict the person. But any mistakes from the police and that matter goes to court, they will throw it out. The Independent National Human Rights Commission, in their report, they cited lack of evidence, and they went beyond to say the police has to be proactive in documenting evidence that has to do with rape, because poor preparation by the police leading to indictment, when they go to court and the evidence is not substantial enough, the judge will throw the case aside or dismiss the case. Then we come out again, we say the Supreme Court or the court system is corrupt. This is where we place the blame on the judges. As we are talking now, the judge who will preside over this case, provided whether the matter goes to court, nobody knows him. But when he goes there, he look at the evidence. And one thing we need to do that, lawyers will tell you, the law does not go by sympathy. The judge or the court, they don't go by sympathy. You cry whole day. To say the judge was making decisions based on the way people cry in court, a lot of people who have been set free, or they are convicted, some people. They look at the facts, they look at evidence. So for me, and I like what Fubi said, we live in a country where our system is challenged, very much challenged. We don't have sophisticated equipment, to facilitate some kinds of forensic investigation. Even when there is murder, forget about rape. You have to call in people from outside to come and verify. Capital building, for example, not just rape. We have to bring people from America. So we need to invest in our infrastructure. And besides, we need to sensitize the public, our children in high school, universities. For me, given the statistics, where 51% of the cases, they were thrown out or they were dismissed due to lack of evidence, it speaks volume that the police has to work overtime. And if you don't have sophisticated evidence, in my mind, I'm thinking maybe it's hurry. Like we say in Liberia, they say hurry can bust trousers. Why would the court throw 51% of cases also due to lack of evidence? What is happening? That is my question. I think it's something for all of us to be thinking about it. Why 51% of cases that surface, rape cases or not any other case, rape cases that surface to the court, 51% they are thrown out. Lack of evidence. That means We need to know exactly what happened. But again, I don't pray for anybody's daughter to be abused. I don't pray for that. I don't also pray for anyone to be thrown behind bars only because somebody alleged that you raped them. Under our law, we have to also be careful. They say we are presumed innocent until proven guilty. We saw the leg of Simon Freeman. He had to run away. The woman did not show up. They all got to the GSA. When I was incarcerated at the Monrovia Central Prison, not for rape, but political activism, I met a lot of people. I met pastors. I met this guy. The guy said to me, he said, Patrick, let me say this to you. He said, I'm my own dollar business, they brought me here. He said, I impregnated one other lady because I was poor and they gave a belly to one rich papi. But over the period of time, the woman leaked the secret that this child is young and they look identical. So he started making move to take control of the dollar.
Let allow us to close down. 2 minutes.
He was arrested and placed behind bar. I mean, when you in prison, you listen to a lot of things, but he's out now anyway. He's out. So again, it's a good thing for the police to investigate. We are not saying what this little girl said is a lie, but let's allow the police to do its work so that we'll not have 52% of the other cases that will be thrown out due to lack of evidence. Thank you so much.
VP, thank you very much. We do appreciate you. We're going to bring Emmanuel George. Emmanuel, please do your closing, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity for this conversation this evening, and thank all those who are commenting and watching the show, being with us for almost 4 hours. Stanton, if I was the special assistant to Minister Kumaya sitting near him this evening, I would have taken the phone from him. The both of us were going to go for a walk, and we're going to drink cold water together and just cool off. Because my mate spoke for 15 seconds. He was on the line for 45 minutes. That's a great difference. A lot of publicity to something that many of us have forgotten about. You know, there's an African adage that says it's not everything your eyes see or your ear hear that the mouth should talk. And sometimes it's just good for leaders to understand that. But I'm concerned about something, Stanton, and that's where I will end my conversation. In the 1970s and the 1960s and 70s, when we had problems with our opposition, Franks, we made them ambassadors to foreign country and refused them return to the country. In the 80s, we started to eliminate them, 80s and the 90s. But I'm seeing a trend in the 2000s that when we have problems with our opposition friend, we label them gay. I think we should stop that. We should work towards having mature conversation. I don't know Abdullah Mame. I know him from following Spoon. And I think he's a very brilliant and intelligent Liberian. And we Liberians should be proud of him. I may not agree with his views. He myself may not be on the same political side. But the fact that he's a Liberian that is making impact in any society he's in should be something to encourage me and not to berate him. I hope we can reach back to that time where we can have civil conversation, have different views. There was a time in the University of Liberia under the Palawa Hut that we spent hours arguing with one another because we have different views. Akara's Gray is a great example of those times, and he understands, and perhaps that way he's sharpening his skills. And he does show it here on this platform. So I hope we Liberians should know we can disagree, but we must reach a point where we respect each other and work with each other moving forward. Thank you. You all have a wonderful evening. It's been great being a part of this conversation.
Emmanuel, we'll be here again tomorrow. Just stay put while we listen to the rest of the guys. Let me bring in Telekai, Tomikai. Great.
Thank you, Stanton. You know, Asma, if anyone on the show or outside of the show, whether you are a commenter or who you are, believe that my responsibility is to come and clap for Joseph Boakai, that you clap for President Weah in 6 years. You are a history of your own catastrophe. I will never pay as Minister of Information or whosoever. It's not my job as an opposition to clap for the regime. People are paying for that. Regime collaborators are paid. All right. Those who believe in the regime, who sponsor the administration, who fight for it, They are under obligations, not my job. I remember when I was there, the most criticized guy, the Spoon FM in Feige. I mean, personal attacks were all made on Spoon or the radio station. I mean, were they true? I'm not moved by mad political accusations or skin thick. But when people come on this show and when we say the action is belated, Brian took his own action. And Mr. Boyka only came to reinforce the action of Brian, and I say it was belated. That's my argument. That's what I stand by. People on the show say, don't criticize me like last night. Don't disagree with my idea. But you disagree with my idea when I say it's belated. Look, whether you like it or not, Mami is a regime collaborator. Russell is a regime collaborator. He fought for this regime. Dr. Buple is a regime collaborator. Mr. Gray is a regime collaborator. They are all regime apologists. They demonstrated that in 2023 campaign, and they are still demonstrating that. They are howling under the canopy of being neutral, and they are not neutral. You made me think about the book, The Prince, written by Niccolo Machiavelli. I just smile. Nobody's stupid here. Everyone knows that they have side. The only time they try to disagree a little bit, then they say third factor again. Yeah, but any third factor, they're going back to the same one factor. They don't believe in any third factor. Boyka has failed. His inability to respect the rule of law with public international report, gross violation, he's failed. Somebody said the CDC did nothing on the issue of rape or sexual abuse. They are not reader of history. Probably they were sleeping like Joseph Boyka for 12 years when he said he was a Pike vehicle. 12 years sleeping as presiding officer. The law on sexual abuse, domestic violence bill, we passed it. We fought for it. Honor President, we are. Have you read a lot about the domestic violence bill? Even checking your girlfriend's phone, you know that's a serious issue. People need to read that law. The domestic violence bill. We start the foundation for you to act. It left with you. The DNA machines were provided to JFK under our administration. And Patrick struck a point. He said a lot of cases they throw it away because lack of evidence. And one of the best ways to provide an evidence is to do the DNA test. It was under our administration. How dare you come and look at a lame duck president sitting in the executive mansion who has no control over his own appointees in government, who is just sitting there and things are happening under him and he's still sleeping like he slept for 12 years. And you come here, you expect an Akaras grade to clap for him? How dare you think so low about my capacity as an opposition and my ability and my responsibility? It's not my job to kind of say, yeah, and Boyka doing, when Boyka said, Joe, we are doing well.
Thank you, Greg. Greg, thank you.
When all of y'all on this show said, Joe, we are doing well, he says, yeah. You even lie that he came to the boys and took their hat or their liver. Yes. People were carrying. People are in conclusion, my man. I thought they said thank you. All of what okay. Just
but
give me 30 seconds.
Say you talk.
I know maybe I will not have time tomorrow.
Great. Let me ask you a question. I know you close. Yeah, I know you close. I just want you to just incorporate this with your 30 seconds. How are you enjoying your LDC right now?
The first thing I have generator on, no LDC in my area. Stand on. I told you, listen, I got 2 generators. I have solar panel. Then your candle light. The light that the candle lighting across Monrovia now. You see on Facebook,
when we see LDC, we know LDC.
Yeah, so that one is your business. That you don't want to pay for my generator and my solar panel.
So let's go.
The way you took care of President Boyka doing the campaign and stepping, that means you took care of like that. But let me close on this. Get my 30 seconds. Get interrupted. I will not resort to diversionary tactics that you're accusing the man, accusing the other man. I will not go into those diversionary tactics. I'm a sophisticated political icon in this country. I know when people want to divert issues and what's I will not go into it tonight. But President Boyka's action is extremely belated. He has failed the country. And I want everybody who commented in the entire Unity Party under my revolutionary voice tonight. I will never, ever, with emphasis, never, ever praise a government that has created suffering upon the Liberian people led by Boyka, who has no control and stay packed like he was packed for 12 years. Thank you very much. Good night.
The Honorable Carrie Mostly Great. Thank you very much. We're going to come to you, Dr. Bobler. Great can never ever praise a government that suspended her own minister for allegation of rape. But Great can work in the government. I will leave it like that. You can finish it. Dr. Bobler, please do your closing.
So, Stanton, a few observations as I close. The first one is, the Honorable Ambassador, former minister, very smart man, I respect him. If he were in my class, I would make sure to not get him a true or false question. All my questions would be essay, because that would be an area of strength. You asking yes or no, it would be an essay response. I would get Ambassador all essay questions, he would pass with flying colors, all A's. Mama said he did a comparison. And he said, accusation, presidential action. Accusation, non-presidential action. All I heard. And I've been on the show the whole night. And from that, all this stuff started. Accusation does not equate to conviction. In fact, through life, if you live long enough and you try to do anything meaningful, you'll get accused of something. 2 nights ago, Akarius Gray, and he always run off the show after he talked crap. 2 nights ago, he said, he accused me, he said, involving fraud when I told him I worked for Obama. He said, your year 2011, you voted. You came back in 2017, you voted. I had to help you do some stuff. 2011, I was not in Liberia. I was in the USA. I didn't vote. 2017, I was not in Liberia. I was in the USA. I didn't vote. He accused me. But you go out, that's how you deal with accusation. You go out and you live. You do positive and productive things and let your actions speak for you. And I want to just point out one thing here before I make my last statement. If Gray is still listening, I want to substitute some of his words. He said, we're acting like we're neutral. Let me talk for myself. I will replace neutral with objective. He said, I'm a collaborator. I will replace collaborator with Liberian loyalist. I am addicted to progress. And I refuse to always see the negative in everything. I see the glass half full, even as I'm critical. I rarely cringe when I see smart people who call themselves opposition can't find nothing constructive in the government whose work is supposed to benefit us all. I think you can applaud somebody when they do something right, and you can challenge and criticize them when they do something wrong. That's what's going to move this country forward. Otherwise, we're playing a chess game and we want a stalemate until the next person can get a chance to build more houses and get more apartments and buy more cars. We're beyond that. There are poor people here, Stanton. I see them every day. They have nowhere to go to the bathroom. They go in the bushes. Schools here, Stanton, I went to one with no bench for children to sit on. We who have the opportunity must not squander it to be constructive in our contribution to the national discourse, because words do matter. Stanton, I want to applaud you, my friend, for the show. It gives us an opportunity to say something that could mean something. Thank you, my friend.
Thank God. Thank God for everything. Thanks for joining us every time you can. Thank you. Conor Gray.
All right, thank you, Stanton. On on the issue of the Atlas Aranto, I know people try to draw this false narrative between, or false comparison between Eton and Ibomaf by thinking that every move made by this government to bring in investment in Liberia will be treated as such, because that was a low point of the former administration. People are still looking for those false comparison between, you see, it happened yesterday, so it's happening today. This Oronto company by Prince, whatever his name is, Prince Easy of Nigeria, has a far-reaching investment record, proven. They exist in the Ivory Coast. They exist in, you can call, even Mozambique, even Senegal. You can name them, even in South America. They're proven records. Whatever is it they're engaged in will be scrutinized when it gets to the first branch of government, the legislature. Because whatever is engaging will be ratified. Before it's ratified, they'll look at the nitty-gritty. So to come here and think that Easy is a crook of the par excellence, just like Eton and Ibomaf deal, because we're looking for false comparison, I don't buy that. And let me say this. Sometimes we have to be able to stop victimizing those who present themselves as victims. Our Liberian culture has a way of bastardizing people who come forward with rape issue. I mean, it's like you are almost the rapist. They will beat you to that extent where you even scare, you're intimidated. It takes fortitude for a woman to step forward and say, I was raped. It's not easy. In a country like ours, my wife were to go now to the police and my husband raped me, they'll look at her like she's not sound. She's crazy. What are you talking about? Because our culture is not developed. The mind of our culture is at a very lower level, where the police will look at, oh man, move ahead. In fact, a sitting president referred to a death, a homicide that occurred in a car of two individuals as boyfriend and girlfriend were trying to make up. That's the kind of mindset. So when someone comes forward and say, I'm being raped, you don't victimize them because you scare them away. You make them feel like they're guilty of something they did not do. And that's what needs to be corrected. You know, our police, they are charged with the responsibility of first investigating a matter before it gets to the court. Fast forward here. Mr. Chesney has a problem. I think he fumbles with the truth. He said someone attempted lying on him. He's a lawyer. Someone attempted lying on you, that means they didn't lie on you. Then he comes back and says, someone lied on me. And then you ask him, clearly, have you worked for the earlier administration, the SES, Senior Executive Service, the top 10, those two programs, maybe one more, were all initiated by the civil service agency under Madam Salif's administration. So you work for the Salif administration? Yes, I did. I was an SES officer. I work in our capacity as well as a county development officer. SES. I work for the Salif administration. That does not absolve you of saying that you committed rape because you're trying to distance yourself. You know, this kinds of fine way. Look, character flaws can manifest itself so many ways. Sometimes simple truth helps. When somebody trying to distance themselves, no, I didn't work for early administration. I worked for something called SCS. That was a portion of the Salif administration in bringing professionals to transfer knowledge. You work for the Salif administration? Yes, I did. Does that mean you commit rape? When you see somebody trying to distance themselves, look, I'm an investigator. When I see those kinds of moves, I tend to question even the veracity of their statement. Just here, I need to be careful. There are so many things out there people sending to some of us about his character. But he's human. I'm not going to attack him. Well, stay with the truth, brother. it will still absolve you from any lies, any attempt to lie on your character. They say you fled when the issue was raised. You only came back after the CDC administration, and then your own family member helped to release you. That's how you see how somebody was victimized. Somebody was came forward with the rape allegation, and for that they say your wife even left you. You left. I mean, you had a divorce because of that, for that 15-year-old girl. They may be lying on you, but your own input will make you look credible or incredible. My brother, whenever you speak, I try to listen to somebody. Now, if you're a lawyer, I'll not give you my case, sincerely. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Winfred Russell, Mame, and then Jefferson, you'll be the last to go, please. See that?
I can't. You can't allow me to be the last. That man just mentioned me, so I got to respond.
I can give my time to him.
Okay,
justice,
Jefferson, but Russell and Mame. Jefferson, wait. Jeff, I beg you, Chief. I beg you 1 minute. Let's just set it straight. And now you have the time. Allow us to play this. Maybe you can correct yourself. You were accused before of these same charges of rape or assault or whatever people call it. You know, this is a spoon talk, and let's just have some understanding here. Under George Manor way of government, what did the government do then when you were accused?
No, but Stanton, I understand your point, but it was never under George Weah administration.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the correction. But
that was on Ellen administration, and that is when rape was treated as even beyond murder. And that allegation came up. I was called, I was investigated, and they quote unquote complainant was sent. After the first investigation, they never came back.
Okay.
I personally, and I will send that to you, wrote the police and asked them to continue that investigation and bring it to a conclusion because it borders on character. So yes, and you know, during Ellen time, rape was not treated as it's treated.
No, were you arrested upon the Liberia? Also arrested you. Yeah, that's what I mean. Because a lot of people,
and they did the preliminary investigation. They called in the complainant. The complainant couldn't even present a case. The police said they were targeted.
But the issue people want to know that you were arrested.
Yes, right away.
Okay. Thank you.
Right away. And take it to the police station, and police started the investigation, and the complainant could not lay any basis. And the police said, "Okay, you will go further with this investigation." And I had to drop it, and
Thank
because that was a lie.
So, did you?
Thank you for playing this.
Yeah, you say, okay, go ahead, correct us now.
Okay.
Because yesterday you said you were arrested.
Maybe I misinterpreted your question for arrest for investigating. But first, before I don't make this about me, Stanton, all right? But first, let me get talk to the Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, you know, I looked you up the last time, and I noticed you the same Colonel Gray that committed the murder at the Lutheran church, right? And as you need to come back home to face your crime you committed in this country. You were among those that went to the Lutheran church and massively murdered innocent babies, women, and children in the Lutheran church. Those people's blood are crying up to God for revenge on you and your generation. You don't participate in mass murder and can't sit here to question good people that are character. I'm not going to listen to that political allegation. You know how that thing happens? Why you bring it up now? Why you bring it up? Because you feel that I'm being critical on this government. And I know it's politically driven. I'm not even going to give it credence. But you, Gray, you're a mass murderer. The court that we established will prosecute you. I would tell the head of that court that you should be invited and be prosecuted. You murder people in the Lutheran church. Why you even pray to even sit on the show and open your mouth and even talk about somebody who who have very impeccable character. It's strange for somebody like you to even be brave, to even be appearing publicly. You shouldn't even be where you are. You should be in prison. You're a mass murderer. You massacre people along with those at the Lutheran church. You should be ashamed of yourself. So I think you should just be careful how you talk to people. But I will not. I'll go into you later on into more depth. So yes, Stanton, there is an allegation. The fact is that I made myself available to the police. It was investigated and it was clear. And I insist that not one statement that was taken from me, Stanton, not one. I challenged them to bring one statement taken.
Were you arrested? Were you arrested?
I told you and I explained to you here clearly that I made myself available.
So yesterday when you said you were arrested.
Yeah, I misinterpreted. I thought you were talking about being investigated. You talk about arrested. I think I misinterpreted you. But that's not the case. I'm not the one on a question yet. I'm not Bryant. And let me tell you something. The law, you talk about the law, Dr. No, not you, Dr. Poli. I think it's Rufus. So you talk about the law. If you are arrested and put in jail for 3 days to permit the investigation, it's not against your right. That's the law. Oh no, that Vandela were talking about that. That's the law. If you murder somebody, they will arrest you, put you in prison for 3 days to give the police a chance to investigate and forward you to court. That's the law. It's not against Brian's right. It's not. It's not. Why I made myself available when they accused me? Because I knew I was not guilty. Even if I had to go in jail for 3 days, I would have gone, waited for my case to be investigated and set free. But that's the law. The law is to protect both the perpetrator and the victim. That's the law. You protect both the perpetrator and the victim. That's not what the law says. So it doesn't mean your right has been violated or the police, as in any other case, they arrested other people, top government officials during early time. They arrested them, put them in prison for 3 days, investigate. In fact, some of them were in prison for more than 3 days. So that's the law. Brian is no exception. Brian is no exception. If there's an allegation stand down, they will free him. The police has been thorough from what they did. We brought in DNA machines in the country. They will use it. If that's not him, he will be free. And I just want to address what Mame said about the former president. Mame, you were a member of the CDC. At that time, you didn't know that Joshua were accused until you were fired from Nuka by Safwa. So I think you're just angry about Joshua. You just need to let it go, Mame. You know you're a very brilliant guy. And it's good. But to accuse the former president, drawing into all this, I can see that you're angry and you want to be vindictive. But that is wrong. To even place that kind of allegation. You're the first person I even hearing that from, my dear brother. So no. We need to be careful how we speak to people's character. And you heard the former foreign minister, how he addressed it. Yes, Mame, we may differ politically, but to attack people's character, I think it's unacceptable. We need to stop the kind of character assassination based on political alignment. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's treacherous because this information, they don't go away. How do I know about Conor Gray? And I just Google him and I saw it. So the kind of allegation on people is dangerous. We need to be careful. Let's differ on ideas. Let's attack each other on ideas and on findings. Look, in Liberia, you cannot accuse anybody or say anybody is guilty of any crime if they have not been proven in a court of competent jurisdiction. It's wrong. We need to graduate from that stage and move into substantive politicking, where we attack people based on issues and let differ with ideas, because democracy is the competition of ideas. That's all we need to do. Let's compete on ideas and forget professionally attacking people. I don't see it. I don't see it to continue to do that. And you see, that's why you injured just now the former foreign minister, because you brought in stuff that was not substantive. Let's stick to the issue. Baka in this situation behaved like a lame dog. He should have taken this action ever since. I believe the action is belated, and the government was sleeping at the wheels. They should have done that to protect and send a strong signal to the rest of the people in this country that rape or any form of violation against women and children will not be tolerated. We expected that from them, as the way former President Ellen Johnson handled it, as the way it was handled under former President George Weah, to the extent that he enacted laws to protect the vulnerable portion of our society, a very drastic law that nobody was brave to enact. George Weah did that. He enacted that law. More than that, he brought in machines to facilitate the investigation, to make it speedy. These are the successes that former President Weah scored in protecting the women and children under our laws. So yes, Stanton, black eye action is limited. Black eye action was belated, and we see it as a
that's a treat. Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you.
Former party chairman Malu made an allegation on Gray and we are what Mame said. So don't say you never heard it before.
What allegation? No, don't lie on the man. He's not here. He can't lie on him to justify himself. He's not here. I've seen Malu is not here to defend himself.
Take 1 second after Mr. Winfred Russell is done.
Yeah. Russell.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the show. It was a nice one. I like the fact that
no, don't, Conor Gray. You can go ahead and respond because I guess Mr.
No, you're not the one controlling the show. You're not the one. You're not the one controlling the show. You can't get anybody right. That man has spoken already.
I'm a bona fide.
The
man responds.
I'm not afraid, but if you thought that means give me a chance to come by and report.
Okay, but let me ask you a question, Jeff. Jeff, are you leaving? Are you leaving?
Yes, I'm leaving, Seto.
Well, you gotta wait, though, man. Everybody close together.
No, I have to wait. The last time Mama left me there. You know, my brother, I know Mama from way back. My brother.
Okay, so I know Conor Gray will still speak. Russell, can you go ahead?
If you speak, that means you give me a chance to speak again, Stanton.
You know,
give you all the chance.
Yeah.
No, Stanton. If you give me a chance to speak, that means you give me a chance to speak again.
Yeah, but let's go to Russell. Conor Gray, that soldier, impatient. Russell, talk to us.
Well, thank you.
Russell, you like trouble, though. I can see it in you. You like trouble. You're doing something that destiny. Russell, talk to us.
You know, in school, in Ganta, the Ganta United Methodist Mission, one of my English teachers used to say, reading and comprehension, they're two different things. In this case, I would say listening and comprehension are equally two different things. Because clearly what was said and the premise of what was said was completely distorted. Maybe intentionally, I'm not sure, but it was completely distorted. It was like you were hearing or listening to something totally different. I just asked the former minister just a simple question, and my questions were never answered. I did not say I knew the details of the case. I said I knew about the case because in my capacity as an elected official here, the case was brought up. The lady, the victim, reached out to me to help to leverage my connection to see how best, especially from the American side, to see how best, her voice could be heard, surrounding this whole sexual harassment allegation that she had. I did not tell the minister or anybody that I knew about the details of the case. He talked about being traumatized. But what about the victim?
She cried. I mean, this lady was bullied. So we can't just talk about our trauma and leave out the trauma that we have heaped on others. You completely ignore that. The minister tried to use what I would call a reverse psychological ploy, because he would never stick to the fact. The cardinal question is, even when you are accused, even if the accusation is false, it still warrants to be investigated. Why wasn't it investigated properly to clear his name? It was never done. Was he accused? Yes, he was accused. So why didn't they investigate it? He never answered that. And I think one of the things, and Dr. Bropler referenced this, is really sad. Dr. Bropler, I think Mr. George, to reference this. This is very sad. These folks try to silence the conversation, try to silence the discourse, and they come up with all of these inflammatory labels to try to silence the debate. They did that to some level of success with Mr. Cummings. And so they think that this is something that they will continue to do by throwing this sort of gay labels and all of this stuff. I mean, Mr. Cummings, I mean, it went as high as, the likes of Prince Johnson and many prominent people in the country who know better use that as a political ploy, which is dangerous. And we see that trend continuing. We have to stop that. I don't know, Mame, other than what our interaction here on the show, but I just heard you was in Minnesota at the nightclub.
I don't subscribe to that idea, to that allegation. I know Mame, I know the kind of person he is. I don't subscribe
Mr.
to that.
Chesson, can you be quiet? Nobody interrupted you when you spoke. Just common decency would tell you to be quiet. You said all of the junk you said about Conor Gray. He never said anything. I'm speaking and you want to interrupt me. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about you.
Man, talk.
I mean, look how discourteous you are. Right? Okay, so this label, they try to use this label to silence the debate. But Mame, my brother, I'm sorry that just a hint of that was directed. I mean, you will speak for yourself. You speak for yourself eloquently, but I'm just embarrassed that it will be on a show where you have a former minister who try to do that. That's embarrassing. I'm sorry about that. I really am. Calling me a regime collaborator, calling me whatever, they use all these sort of labels and all of that. Stick to the issue. Let's speak on the issue. I think that's part of what they're uncomfortable with. They're uncomfortable with the facts. They're uncomfortable with speaking, truth to power. And so they come up with all these sort of name calling and innuendos and all of that. But Stanton, I'd like to say thanks to you for the platform and all of the folks who come here every night, 3-4 hours, sacrificing their time, contributing, and trying to hold folks accountable for their actions in government and try to provide the information to the people. Thanks for leading the way and ensuring that we can hopefully see justice be done. One of the things I recommend is that the police, and we'll see if we can find that for the police, that the police should have rape kits there. So when you have these things happen, these unfortunate incidents happen, they can utilize, these rape kits before you talk about the forensic. I know, that's a much bigger issue, but at least something as simple as a rape kit at the police station would be a good thing. So I think President Boyka did the right thing. It took some time. The process had to play out, and I think it's the right decision he made. And we'll just ensure that justice is served. And this man, the deputy minister who's been suspended, that he had his day in court, so that this young lady is provided trauma-informed support services from the Ministry of Gender, and that her family and all of that can be protected and see justice. So thanks again for the opportunity, and it's great being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Russell. Senator, I can go ahead, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So to Minister Kimaya, Senator Dillon has confirmed to me that he did not, without going into the merits of all the issues, right? Just want to set the record straight, that he did not vote for Kimaya to be confirmed. Senator Nyombli Kanga Lawrence did not vote for Kimaya to be confirmed. Senator Cummings Wise did not vote for Kimaya to be confirmed. Senator Steve Zago did not vote for Kimaya to be confirmed. They protested. Their action was a direct protest against Senator Dan Muriel's stage management of the confirmation hearing to deny the victim from speaking at the confirmation hearing. I wanted to make that clarification. My computer is going off. Let me get a cable connected. Good. So it is important to.
Let's ready whether your computer to go off. You were spraying while you go to go off.
So Senator Dillon, Senator Nyombli, Senator Cummings Wise, Senator Steve Zago refused to vote in protest of Senator Dan Muriel's stage management of the confirmation process that denied the victim the opportunity to testify. They have sent her a text message on Sunday, I think Sunday or Saturday, I got the exact date here, and asked her to return to Liberia to testify. And she said, I'm in the US. You're sending me a message on Saturday or Sunday. COVID is in Liberia. I cannot come, but I can testify via Zoom. So we wanted to make that record straight. That said, I did not accuse you. Your accuser came on live. She wrote official complaint against you. That complaint was not investigated. You claim you have all the evidence, but you're sending it to Stanton. When you had the opportunity to present your evidence, if we had called an investigation to present that evidence to exonerate yourself, he did not do it. And you want to blame somebody? Look, Kimaya, do not defend me. Do not say, I don't believe it. Don't defend me. I don't need you to defend me. Who you can defend is who you know. Joshua is your friend. Football player accusing of being a homosexual. A party chairman Molu accusing of being a homosexual. Go and defend him. Don't defend me, because my character, my lifestyle speak for me more than you. The life I live, the places I live speak for me more than you. So I don't need you. What I need is my character, my lifestyle, my moral. Speak for me. I'm anti-homosexual. I do not support it. I do not tolerate it. And I don't need you to speak for me. My character, my lifestyle will speak for me. You don't know me, so why do you speak for me? The person you know is Wia. The person you know is Eugene Nangwe. Those are your friends. So speak for them. They're being accused. Don't come speak for me. And Allah, you want to do good, I will not accept it, I will not believe it. No, you want to believe it. I care less. What I care about more is my character, my lifestyle, my track record. And now you go speak different job we are. Don't can defend me. Lastly, to our carols, whole day you talk, oh, and I can't defend Boaka. Nobody must bet me to. You're not able to defend yourself, they defeated you. Who will use you to defend Boaka? You're not able to defend Joe, we are defeated him. Your own self, you're not able to defend yourself, they defeated you. Like you somebody who use to defend somebody. Nobody need you. We don't need you. You could not defend yourself. You could not defend we are. They defeated you. Who will use you? Nobody need you. We're thinking about retiring you. Talking about using you. President Boaka record will speak. He passed a good, he signed a good concession with Total. We praise it because it's good. He signed a concession with what do you call the other company? I personally say it looks fishy. I don't support it because I have seen no evidence that he have the track record and experience to do what Liberia needs today, which is to drill. Bring the concession, let's look into it and see whether he has it. But nobody need you. President Boaka record will speak for him. You could not defend yourself. You could not defend we are. They defeated the both for you. Nobody need you.
But I want to say,
Instead, I have a question for Mame.
well, quick, we gotta go. We press seriously. I beg you. Can you hold that question for tomorrow? I beg you, my brother, Colonel Everett. I know you got a lot to talk about. Hold it for tomorrow, my friend.
No, Stanton. I'm not. Maybe just one or two.
Okay, go ahead. Let me give you the last word, Colonel Gray.
What I'm saying is, if I were projecting to be a lawyer, I would have gone through all the circular, especially the TRC report, and see what does it say now about Colonel Gray. And besides, Mr. Chesson here said he Googled me up. Maybe he just placed something there now on Google, but not a single thing will come up because in that atrocity, my son, my very first son, his life was taken along with his mother, who was seeking sanctuary there. I got connection to the people of Nimba through that my son. I was one of the very first soldiers that left from Liberia because other tribes were not allowed to fight the war, and I sailed my way to Sierra Leone. I was there with Liberians I can call today, including John Uboti, or if that is his name. We sailed together. I did not come back until the interim government was in Liberia. I came back. Not a single thing about Congo. Matter of fact, my training involved training soldiers about how to conduct themselves in warfare. And I got certification from Norway for that. So when somebody, you're talking about accusing people, I'm not even close to being accused. Let alone I would fly, I will not hurt. Fly, I won't hurt. If you have any record, that's somebody lies. Maybe if you were here, we're going to talk about David Leckie, the money changer. People like those don't have the truth in them. Maybe we'll talk about Stephen Yanti, the now Minister of Foreign Affairs, her husband. What ensued between the two of them? You know, he can come as much as he wants, but you know what? That will not make me fall in love with the CDC or whoever. My political to do, I'm always in the middle. I want to stay there. I don't have to join a political party. So you can lie, you can innuendo, you can make all kinds of false allegations. I will not help you. Go search the annals of history. If you find my name in any of those atrocious records, then you're talking about will prosecute you. And you can prosecute yourself. You prosecute me. Find something about Conor Gray that sticks, not I want. You can lie all you want. Look, decency is not something you can buy. It's something that is embedded within your character. If you're decent, you will not hurt anybody, let alone I'll go to a church where people seeking sanctuary in a church, the house of God, and gun people down because yesterday Eli said our advising though. This little kid who were not born probably at that time, you know, they don't read. You being a lawyer, you can't read some of those facts if they exist. You know, they come here and make allegations, credible allegations against people. I live in the United States, I should be investigated. Because you say so, these are political innuendos. That does not mean that when somebody step forward and say they raped me, you let them go because the other guy is a big shot in government. Then he comes here and lie about his affiliation with the Madam Salif administration. He was there working for Ellen. We all did, you know. President Barker calls me to come and help, I'll go there. If they had called me, I'm going to go and help. But those people, they will not help you unless you put on some kind of funny barrier called CDC barrier. They will not call professionals like myself. I'm a professional. If somebody called me to render my service to the country, I would do it. That doesn't mean my mouth dragging. No. So Stanton, I said, if you want to continue with lying, you know, let him come and talk about David Leckett, or let him come and talk about Stephen Yanti. What happened between the two of them? What happened to his job at UNDP? Those people don't have character. So I don't expect them to abide by the truth. I'm sorry it's gone. Maybe we're going to address some of these issues. But Stanton, I didn't
Yes, sir.
to
No,
address.
but thank you very much, Conor Gray. I mean, we did extremely well today, guys. Taking up your time, 4 hours for the 2 minutes. We do appreciate you all. To you, our audience, we say thank you. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God save our state. Have a good night.
May the Lord watch between me and thee. Bye-bye.
Hey, Diamond, Mr. Slanger, how are you, man? You're muted, brother.
Yeah, I'm good, Conor Gray.
Yeah, you're looking good, man. So how was it?
That was good. Interesting show. We'll be back.
Yeah, you been a while, man. You missing from the bracket sometimes, man.
Yeah. I do a lot of background work.
Yeah, I enjoy your stance on reportage, man. You're a good reporter, my brother. Thank you so much, man. That's a good skill to have.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, man. Have a good night.
All right, you too. All right, folks. Thank you so much for watching. Another edition of Spoon Talk comes your way today, 8 p.m. here in Liberia. Have for yourselves a wonderful night. It's 7:23 minutes or so up to 27 minutes or so up to 1 a.m. if I got the time right. Good night. Bye-bye.
Yes, it's been a while. The CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south.